the Nile, not in the sandbox, and that her mother told her that this was her remembering a past life where she was an Egyptian, an ancient Egyptian. Her parents did not practice the religion they were born in, so her mom was born Catholic and her father was Lutheran. Other than the major Christian holidays that they just celebrated out of tradition, they didn't really practice those religions. What they did practice was Christian Science. And also, her mother was interested in theosophy and I am activity, where this concept of ascended masters comes into play. And this is going to be a huge part of what Elizabeth teaches when
How much
she
is
becomes
that?
the leader of her own
Oh, 10K, huh?
church cult cut. Then she also talks about the saints that are robed in white and how she had visions of them as a child. And then in the third grade is when she supposedly had her first blackout, is what she calls it. But it was probably more of just a seizure. And she actually was diagnosed with petit mal epilepsy. Nowadays, they call it absence seizures. But she believes.
In the game Final Fantasy XI, I am playing White Mage at the level 68, and I need the best necklace that I could possibly buy off the auction house. What is it? We're looking for Mind Stat, or Healing Stat, or Mana. So what level is this? 58. Okay, so you say there's a level, there's a 58 necklace that might not be on this server. Hi, kitty. How you doing? You're up on my chest again, so I'll just attack you, knock you over because I don't really want you up here. The Ajari necklace. They are 3K. Wow. Beak necklace +1. That was a level 50, but I don't think it exists. Ah, kitty, get off my keyboard, damn it. Get on my lap. Lap, kitty. Get off my chest. Thank you. I love you. Yeah, this beak thick color. Oh, yeah, the holy file. Which is 46. That's the best necklace, isn't it? Where's the holy file? Oh, no, that's 26. Oops. There's a holy file. It's got Mind and MP. It's 70K. Give me that holy file. We're going to put that on instead. Nope. Holy file. Okay, what about gloves? Bought off the auction house. Devotees Mitts 1. Okay, Devotees Mitts 1. Okay, Devotees Mitts 1. Exams. Devotees Mitts 1. Damn, it's raining pretty hard. Or snowing, I think, actually. Devotees, which were 27. Seers Mitts. Savage. Devotees Mitts. 25K, I'll take it. Okay, Devotees Mitts. Nope. Okay, Druid's Rope. Okay, what about Belt? 71. No, that's too high. Reverend Sash. I don't know. I think I like the Druid's Robe better. Mine +5 is better. I do need the Reverend Sash, yeah. Oops. Reverend Sash 41. Reverend Sash is 2 of them. Amp My Charisma, MP Recover while healing is always going to be better than the belt that I have. Or I don't know. This is 450 fucking K. Are you serious? Yeah, because yeah. I would take one for 200. But I don't think you're going to sell it to me. No. Friar's Rope at level 14. I have a Druid's Rope. Druid's Rope is like the Reverend Stash, just not expensive. But I could put it on my list, I guess. $68 White Mage, 34 Black Mage. What about necklaces? What about earrings? Geist earring. Oh yeah, Geist earring, huh? That's better. They are Geist earring. Huh. At 38. No, you're not sorting by level. There. Geist earring. MP5. Mind 1. 60 grand. Healing earring and Geist earring. This one's 60 grand. It's affordable and it does give me mind, which is dope. So, yeah. But it's 60 grand. Geist or anti-venom earring at 50. Oh, that's Paladin. There's earrings with mind on them, but they're really high. Communion earring. Where was the mine one? There it is. It's the communion earring. It's 650 grand. I have 30% spell interruption down. If you add Aqua Veil to it, it's really strong. My Fortune Egg got fucking turned off again, and I don't know why. But yeah. There's all the stuff I need. Holy Vial, Devotee's Mitts, Druid's Robe, White Slacks 1. Okay, now we buy gold and wait. No, I have lots of stuff for some reason. Oh yeah, I don't have the right thing. Damn, I don't have the right thing. That's wrong. I'm gonna sell these lightning crystals and then send the rest of the random stuff off. Where am I now? I came out to this thing. Nobody came. We're gonna go out to the Bez, I guess. Let's go to the closest Bez. And just do that. I don't know. Will I be able to get away? Probably not. Yeah, I'll just go out to that, to last night is what I'll do. And that's a lot of weird stuff that doesn't normally pop. Go.
Believed that it was not that. She believes that it was a spiritual thing as a way to escape her father's alcoholic rages. And she believed that alcohol, when ingested, would create a chemical imbalance in the body that allowed for like demons to take over your body. And she believed that that's what happened to her father when he would get drunk and go into these drunken rages and be abusive and violent towards her and her mother. She was like, no, 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 it's not the alcohol, it's the demons. And she's like, no, I don't have epilepsy or seizures. I'm blacking out spiritually. She also didn't believe that the medication that she was prescribed was helpful, so she did not take her medication. So she would have these seizures frequently. Her mother believed that it was the medication that she took when she was trying to get rid of the pregnancy is that caused this. But again, Elizabeth did not want to believe that. She'd rather believe that it was this sort of ability and power that she had. Elizabeth was pretty well educated. I mean, she ended up going to school in Switzerland in her junior year in 1956, and she was ranked second in her class when she graduated. Then she went to Antioch College in Ohio, and she majored in political science and economics, and she graduated in 1959. Well, in the summer of 1958, when she was doing her summer job, she ended up going to this French immersion school in Vermont. She ended up taking this summer job as a camp counselor. And she talks about how, I find this very ironic, that she was put in charge of these 15 to 16-year-olds when she was just a few years older than them, and that she was uncomfortable with this power position. She found it so uncomfortable to be in a position of authority over these people that she said she actually prayed to God to never put her in a position of authority again. And so he answered her prayers by allowing her to start a cult. Because she graduated in political science and economics, she ends up doing this internship at the United Nations. And this is where she says she becomes disillusioned with the whole system. She's like, these people aren't trying to fix anyone's problems and actually solve world
Nope.
issues. They're just in here for power and control.
Yep.
And it's all a facade.
Yep.
And I agree with her. She ends up leaving after a few months and being like, this is, what do I do? Like, I don't want to work in this industry. I don't want to be the camp counselor. I don't want to be in a position of authority. I don't want to be in politics. I don't know what to do. So she ends up transferring and going to Boston University. It's at this point where she decides she doesn't want to do this political stuff anymore. She wants to go back to spirituality, and she wants to go back to Christian Science, what she grew up with. So she ends up getting this job as a secretary at a Christian Science church in Boston. It's also around this time that she marries her first husband. She's going to get married 4 times, by the way. Her first husband was this guy. He was Norwegian born. He was a lawyer, and his name was Dag Itterberg. I hope I said that right. She ends up actually divorcing him a year afterwards because she met her twin flame.
A twin flame is the
Oh,
other side
no.
of your being. Eve
No.
was taken from the rib of Adam. That is a description of this spiritual process. There are 2 beings, one carrying the minus charge of it, one carrying the plus.
Her twin flame, who is Mark Prophet, who was the leader of the group that she would end up taking over when he died, which would be the Church Universal and Triumphant. At this time, though, it was called the Summit Lighthouse, and Mark Prophet was in charge of the Summit Lighthouse. He was 19 years older than her, by the way. She meets him doing this sort of like meditation thing about the ascended masters because she's into this Christian Science stuff. So this is where she gets even deeper into the whole ascended masters thing. She already kind of knew about this and had this background, and now it's getting deeper with this Mark Prophet guy, and they apparently hit it off, and they both end up divorcing their current spouses. And Mark Prophet actually had like 5 kids and a wife. He ended up divorcing her, and they get married, and they're going to end up having 4 kids of their own. She talks about how she met him, and she had this vision while she was meditating with him that her role was to teach and to become a teacher. And then he told her about all these different ascended masters. Like, some of these ascended masters are like Jesus, Buddha, Saint Germain, El Moira. And then he tells her that they were both together in a past life in Camelot, that she was Guinevere in a past life and he was Lancelot. One of the things that Mark taught Elizabeth is that there was this ascended master called K17.
Come forth, all-seeing eye of God in the heart of K17. Right the earth. Right like you. Right like you.
And K17 was the head of the Cosmic Secret Service. Yes, Elizabeth would channel K17 from the Cosmic Secret Service, who would give her intelligence reports. And these intelligence reports were about this movement that was happening called the, quote, International Capitalist Communist Conspiracy. And these intelligence reports would tell her about alien conspiracy theories, secret Soviet plots, and things such as these. That's how she knew that there was going to be a nuclear holocaust. And this is what she was going to end up preparing. This is what the bunkers and all that stuff was going to be about. This is my conspiracy theory that I'm going to give you right now. And I think because I found this one of her ex-husbands claimed that he believed as she believed what she was saying, but I beg to differ. And that's my conspiracy theory. That's why I have the hat. Also, the crazy. I was watching her channeling, and I feel like she's trying not to laugh. When she finally gets them to do the thing, like when she starts doing it and they all start chanting with her, I swear I fucking see her trying not to laugh. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it's like she can't believe that they're actually doing this shit. And to me, that's like scammer, duper's delight, or whatever they call it. The Violet Flame one is a certified banger. Okay, put this on a techno beat. Also, the name Violet Flame is cool. All right, dude.
Come metaphysical. Shining every hour I am
More Violet Fire, page 6.
Yeah, more Violet Fire.
This has a very special rhythm.
Does it?
I am the being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am the being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity
My
God
favorite part.
desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. Almighty I am, almighty I am, almighty I am.
Almighty I am, almighty I am. Do you see the vision? Do you hear the vision? That's what I've been doing this weekend. You know what I mean? It's like cult bangers. She used to be Guinevere from Camelot, but there's other people she was. So let me tell you some of the people that she believes she is a reincarnation of. So Guinevere, King Arthur's wife, Marie Antoinette, Empress of Russia, and Martha, sister of Lazarus. Also, Martha of Bethany, Hypatia, Claire of Assisi, Catherine of Siena, Empress Elizabeth of Austria, and one of the daughters of Tsar Nicholas II, the last sovereign of Imperial Russia. In the beginning, they were in Washington, D.C. And then, a decade after they got married in 1973, Mark died suddenly from a stroke. And after his death, they moved from Washington, D.C. to Colorado Springs, Colorado, and Claire got remarried very soon after, just a few months later. After his death, she assumed
Why do they
the
all come from the
leadership
Colorado
of the church.
Springs?
She claimed that he had now become an ascended master that they named Lanello, which is a combination of Lancelot and Longfellow, two of his previous lives. So now they're in a new town. She's got a new man. She's in charge. And it's about to get even crazy. The person that she married was an aide who used to work there. So he was around. So there's like speculation about, if she was having an affair. Remember, this guy was 20 years older than her, and he was, the guy she married was younger. Anyway, so there's a lot of speculation with that. But also, what was weird as well is that he changed his name from Randall Cosp to King. And now it's the 70s, baby, and the church was booming in the 70s. This new age sort of thing was going on, the cults, this was like peak, and she was popular. Also, like I said, she had a vibe. In the 70s, they also end up moving to California, right? They go to Malibu, Santa Barbara. She's living the good life. Okay, she's having a good time. They end up getting properties in Calabasas. They end up purchasing this private college and calling it Camelot. In 1980, though, her marriage to King ended, they say, bitterly. He is the one who I told you said that he believes that she believed what she was talking about. One of the things that Elizabeth was really big on is living a clean lifestyle. So she had her followers follow a very strict diet and listen to certain things, and it was all about your vibration. So they couldn't wear certain colors or listen to certain music or eat certain things that were considered low vibration. So obviously, as you can imagine, being that her father was an alcoholic and what she believed about alcohol and what it does to you, alcohol wasn't allowed. But also, no red meat, no sugar, no caffeine, and they had to eat a macrobiotic diet. Rock music was low vibrational, and so they were not allowed to listen to it because if their vibration lowered from listening to this music, demons could attach. Similar to like what she said happened to her father with alcohol, same thing with the music. If your vibration is too low, demons can attach to you. Also colors, no red, no black. This is everything I like. No coffee, no rock music, no red, no black. Bitch, no vibe? I thought she had a vibe. I'm not sure anymore. But as we know, she sure loves Violet, right? I am the Violet, flame of light. I am the Violet. Okay. Violet could transmute the negative energy and change it into positive energy. So if you wanted to cleanse your aura, you wear purple. With this chanting and stuff, like, obviously I've only shown you clips, but there's videos of this where it's going on for hours and hours, and it gets faster. And in the beginning, you can make out what is being said. But this is the part that I was like dying when it would get really crazy, and she didn't really like it would be like just straight gibberish. Imagine being collectively at this state of like, what would you even call, like, frantic at for hours. I mean, my God, I would be so tired after that.
The chanting itself is a form of mind control because you don't think about anything but the words you're chanting. Therefore, everything that was in your mind before is completely canceled out and you become blank.
Like they would just go into a trance and just repeat this thing, and it's almost like they transcend. And so when this is happening all the time in a group and they're constantly doing this, it's like it's limiting the amount of time that they have to have individual thoughts of their own and then critical thinking and questioning and stuff like that. You can't do that if you're too busy chanting. Some things are negative, but I guess violence isn't, because we're not going to talk just about violet flame, but there was also violent things that they would do chanting. Okay. And this is for the communists, of course. Huh? Yes, she didn't like them. Now it is the 80s, and shit was crazy in the 80s. So at this point, several things happened. First is when they purchased the property that would be where they would have their bunkers and all this stuff. Over 12,000 acres. And it was actually the Forbes Ranch is what they purchased from, I guess, the Forbes family. And this was 12,000 acres. And it was just outside of Yellowstone National Park in Montana. And then in 1981, Elizabeth married her fourth husband, who was 11 years younger than her, which is, quite similar to what Mark did. So, I mean, good for you, girl. I mean, if Mark can do it, she can do it too, right? Whatever. Enjoy. Goes around, comes around. His name is Ed Francis. And this was in 81. And they also end up suing this former member who left, who ended up countersuing them for hundreds of millions of dollars, ended up winning less money, but won over $1 million. And it was this crazy ass shit that backfired, because had they left him alone, they would be fine. But it started this chain reaction that would end up getting them the criminal charges and everything. And they appealed it all the way up to the Supreme Court of California, and they lost. And it was for like over $1 million. And this was in the 80s. So let me tell you what happened, because actually, dude, talk about bad karma. So the church actually sued Gregory Mull in 1981 for failing to repay a loan of $32,000. And then he said that that was money that was owed to him for expenses. And so he ends up countersuing. But when he countersued, he also alleged that they violated, quote, the priest penitent relationship by revealing the contents of a letter in which he confessed to homosexual experiences. And they used that to manipulate him and cause him permanent emotional harm. Now, Gregory Mull said that he gave up a successful building and design business in San Francisco in 1979 to move into the church headquarters, which was called Camelot. Okay, and the plan was they were going to build New Jerusalem and call it Camelot. Right. So then he said he got expelled from Camelot in 1980. And I'm sorry, it's just some of the words that I put together that sound like completely nonsensical, but are like actual facts, are insane. But anyway, so he got expelled from Camelot in 1980 because there was a dispute over money, right? He said that he was so destitute at this point that he actually had to forage for food in supermarket dumpsters. And he had multiple sclerosis. I'm sorry. He has multiple sclerosis and became unemployed. So he went from having this successful business to now he's dumpster diving, and he has MS, and he's unemployed, and he's being sued by this thing, and he just got kicked out of Camelot. On top of that, they end up suing him, being like, oh, by the way, we know you're like in this really shitty situation, but you owe us $32,000. He's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to countersue for some crazy number. Like, it was actually way more than $1 million that he won. Yeah, he asked for $253 million. He ended up getting $1.5 million. Although he did have that confession of the homosexual experiences, he was married to a woman, his wife. And he says that they convinced him to leave her, which he did. And then they used his confessions against him. So now he was left like with nothing. Gregory said that he believed that Elizabeth was, quote, God incarnate, end quote. He was her disciple. Elizabeth would have these, quote, dictations where she would do the weird nasally voice, in action in me now, and do that. And sorry, and she would say that this was Jesus or Buddha talking like that. And he believed this, right? he believed this. And so in the end, the jury decided to award Gregory 1.5 million, not the 253 million. He was happy. They appealed it. It, held in court. And so now she was on the hook for that. That same year in 1986 is when Elizabeth relocated the headquarters to that property they purchased in Montana. And this is near Yellowstone. And this is where all the bunker stuff is going to go down, where they build their little city, where they start to get all this media attention and shit really gets crazy. This whole compound bunker situation was called Operation Christ Command, because a year after that, in 1987, is when she had this prediction. She predicted that the Soviets were going to strike the United States with a nuclear weapon, and there would be a nuclear holocaust, which would create the apocalypse, and that they would be the ones to survive because they had this bunker. Over 700 of her followers moved to that compound, and they were building and giving money to create this Operation Christ Command bunker, but also all of the international followers that she had that were not going to be at this compound, they also donated money. They ended up spending $25 million building this massive underground shelter complex and millions more on survival gear, as well as all of like the stuff to film and record, because they had videos that they would do and spread the word and give updates on what was going on and all of that. The core of this bunker was known as the heart of the inner retreat, okay? And they also started getting weapons, a lot of weapons, and doing illegal things to get weapons, such as fake identities and things such as this. Why did I say it like that? These shelters were supposed to be able to hold over 750 people. See, my dogs are upset about it. They said, what the fuck is going on in Operation Christ Command? And also, last for sight, see, she's popping off, a little bitch. And when I say bitch, I mean it in a technical, medical term, scientific term.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally bitches. It's like the TV show Fallout, okay? You know how like there's the bunker people and they're like, they have it so easy, and then there's the people on the outside. And when she went, like Lucy, to go out, she was like, everyone was looking at her like, you spoiled bunker bitch, like you've had it so easy. So at the time, that's what Elizabeth was telling her followers, like, they're going to want what we have when the shit goes down. So we need to be armed, because they're going to try to like break into our bunker and take our shit. All of this started to get on the radar of the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And so they started an investigation, and they end up raiding them in 1989, November. They find $100,000 worth of firearms, around 120,000 rounds of ammunition, among other weapons.
Why do they all
from the
do this? They all think they're gonna fight the government. You fucking idiots. God's love or whatever stupid shit you're following has nothing to do with automatic fucking ammunition, you fucking retards.
They even had these 50 caliber Barrett sniper rifles that are designed to shoot through armored vehicles.
And it's all Ruby Ridge.
Once
in
they
the
seized
end.
all of that,
It's
they
so
made some
stupid.
arrests. They arrested 2 people. One was the church's security chief, and the other one was Elizabeth's husband, Edward Francis, and they were implicated in this illegal weapons purchase. That was in November of 1989. The prediction that Elizabeth made for when this nuclear holocaust would occur was on March 15th, 1990. And then it was the day that it was all supposed to
I want to go see what the solo capability of this white mage is.
This reminds me of the UFO one. Or all of them, honestly. Anyway, so the 15th comes around. They are all like, thousands of them descend into the bunkers, and they're like hunkering down. They lock everything up. They seal the doors. They're like, oh my God, oh my God. And then they're like, fuck, okay, they brace themselves. They were decreeing, I am the violent flame of light. They woke up and they saw that, oh, the sun is out. Everything is normal. Nothing happened. Maybe some birds are chirping, a little breeze. And it's like, wait, I thought, like, it's crazy because it's like they're disappointed that there wasn't a nuclear holocaust. Elizabeth was like, yes, it's a victory. Don't you see? Our prayers stopped it. We did it. We saved humanity. All of our chanting and our prayers and everything we did, we saved humanity. Oh, thank God we did that. Oh, this was all worth it. She ended up losing a lot of followers. Not all, but they say like many. I was going to be a cult leader, which by the way I am. Stellium is my cult. If you know, you know. What I would do is this, okay? I would predict that something was going to happen, but that why am I giving tips? But that there's one way to stop it. And the way to stop it is what I will have them do, and I will have it benefit me. And then when they do it and it benefits me, and then I tell them that we stop the apocalypse, win-win. Like, it's not that hard. I don't get it. Like, you guys get better at this. I'm kidding. But she also kept the threat still there, because she was like, we didn't completely prevent it. We held it back. We delayed it. So then over the next few days, they were all obsessively listening to like the radio and the weather forecast and any type of news and anything to see if like something was going to happen. And it was like every single day, nothing happened. And so as the days went on, she kept losing more and more followers. It is at this point where she decided to also pivot. She's like, okay, the doomsday thing is not a good idea. Let's change what this is all about. It's not about doomsday anymore. It's about, quote, community outreach. Problem is, it actually got worse, because this community outreach also backfired, because instead of community outreach, they had a fucking like oil spill. It was diesel gas, but still a spill. And this, remember, they're near Yellowstone, and it ended up being like this horrible thing. The neighbors hate them.
Apparently they think that there will be a nuclear war, and afterwards there will be pathetic, starving, radiation-sickened mobs trying to get shelter.
Yeah, a lot of people believe that.
Their
Because yeah, if
shelter.
you were, you can use your imagination to reach this reality without nuclear war or disease or COVID or anything like that. I posit you to use your scientific brain that you grew up with, if you're a smart person, to imagine the scenario I'm going to describe. Imagine the water no longer came out of the fucking faucets in your house. Imagine if you went to the grocery store, there was nothing but blood in the aisles, and anything with liquid has been drank. And then you realize that the water grid has gone down. You have about 48 hours, I'd say. Outside of 72, most of humanity starts to die. You got about 4 days. We're really close to that because of piece of shit fucking rich people and fucking Republican bungling and Democrat greed and complacency. And we're close to that place. We're like close to it. And yeah, all the doomsday preppers believe this, and I do too, because we are kind of that like that. If the water grid and the power grid were to go down, people would stumble in the streets by hour 72. You understand? It would take 3 days, maybe a little longer if everybody had soda and water in their fucking houses, as some people do. But the inner cities and all the people in the streets and stuff, they're all going to tear each other apart in like 72 hours, and they'll come looking for water where we are, which is why I fuck with so many non-lethals. I'm not going to kill anybody. I wouldn't say enslave them, but I'm just going to give them an offer of either I'm going to kill you or you can help me, one or the other. If they come to me trying to attack me for anything that I want, just like any stream sniper or any bullshit-ass motherfucker who's ever bullied with me, I will just, beat them within an inch of their life without ever touching them, scare the living shit out of them, and fucking, and take over their fucking lives if they don't stop threatening me and shit, and I'll use them. Because it's not like, because I've not ever harmed anybody. I've got no reason for you to hate me. It's fucking stupid. I got no reason for anybody to ever harm me. So if you show up at my fucking door trying to take my water or my fucking land or whatever, or trying to fuck with me because it's the apocalypse now, and 3 days have gone by and the water grid has gone down, if you can't imagine the water grid going down, I really don't think you should jump to the zombie apocalypse, because the water grid is what's going to happen. And it's a very simple thing. Think the beginning of, how do you say this to a gamer? It's like, Last of Us, the beginning of The Last of Us. That's what will happen hour 72 if the water grid goes down. And if people just continue to steal and continue to make it not worth it to work, and don't even feed us for the time that we work, and they just keep stealing, and all the rich people think they can just keep stealing with lawfare or whatever the stupid ass shit that they do, eventually the fucking people, they run out of water, and then around hour 40, they just go crazy like some ravenous horde, and they all join up. Hey, you got nothing? Yeah, I got nothing. What about you? Yeah, I got nothing too. You guys fucking angry? Yeah, I'm fucking angry, and I'm not dying in the next day to fucking not having water and shit. We're gonna go to I don't know, the Sam's Club, or we're gonna take over the water aisle, or we're gonna, and then it becomes like Caves of Cud, where the water becomes this thing where you go on down to the fucking lake and you drink it, you you see all these other humans around drinking the lake, and sure enough, within a couple of days, that lake is drank dry, because the people that don't have, like, suddenly don't have it, and yeah, like, as long as people can make money, there'll be somebody supplying water to the people. But it'll be back to Trigun right quick. It'll be back to Trigun pretty fucking quick, and I don't live in fear of it. I accepted it, like, I don't know, 7 years ago when I went to the streets with nothing but the clothes on my fucking back, and I was forced to survive on the streets with nothing but food stamps and couches. And yeah, and I kind of accepted way back then that, if the water grid goes down, it's not this crazy thing that doomsday preppers do. It's a very simple mental exercise to imagine the fucking apocalypse. Imagine if that faucet over there, in my house is my kitchen, which is also my living room. Maybe you have a little bit of a better house than that. But if you walk into your bathroom or your fucking, because I'm poor, if you walk into your fucking bathroom or your kitchen and you turn on the water faucet and nothing turns on, within 48 hours, you're marching to the water company and you're demanding blood if they don't fucking give you water and shit. And it's like that, and nobody's going to give you water because nobody has the infrastructure, and they'll just come on the cable news and you'll be watching it as they tell you that there's no preparedness for water deprivation at all. They never dealt with the problem before. They have no idea what the fuck to do, and people are drinking the rivers and the lakes, and people are getting sick from all the toxic poison in the fucking lakes, from all the fucking in all the rivers, from all the fucking pollution and shit that we engaged in with the Carmageddon, and they're getting sick. About 7 weeks out, you have what I would call basically, midnight or whatever, twilight midnight, where, that thing they talked about in the Watchmen, where, yeah, like 9/10 of humanity has now died of deprivation because there's no water or food in their reality, and any water in their cities they drank up long ago, because that's all that's there. And all the pipes are taken over by rich people and cut out. And so, yeah, if the rich people wanted to kill us, all they would have to do is shut off the pipes, but then we would tear them apart. They know it. We know it. Fastest way for a rich person to die would be to shut off the pipes. It would have to be an actual disaster caused by somebody else. But if you can't imagine that, I'm not going to talk about the fact that I live on a volcano in the northwest called Mount Baker, and it's due to blow. I'm not going to talk about how, the poverty is so bad that it's $5 a gallon of gas and, $7 a loaf of bread, like the fucking World War II right before the Holocaust started. Like, I won't talk about all the homeless trankers in the fucking streets who were cast aside like they weren't even there. And I remember you guys, and I fucking talk about it almost every day, don't I? And I talk about being one and how I was homeless on the fucking streets, and I won't forget you and shit like that, and I'll be there with you when the battle comes. But if you can't imagine a world where the water grid goes down, I can't help you if you think that it's going to be the zombie apocalypse. No, the zombie apocalypse is actually the water grid going down. And we're 3 days away from that fucking reality. I'm talking 3 days. It would take 3 days before you were drinking blood in the mall looking for somebody with a bottle of Yoo-Hoo or a bottle of fucking soda. You're sick of drinking basically like mud water from the puddles and shit, and you're getting very, very sick from all the oil and the nasty contaminants in the fucking water and shit, like Fallout. And there's no purified water to be stolen. In reality, there's 8 billion fucking people on the planet. They tear every room and every thing apart. They tear apart their neighbors' houses. They tear apart anything looking for water. And that would be within 7 weeks. I'd say 7 weeks is the end zone, where just, everybody but the rich people who put all the water away and fucking locked up fucking bunkers or whatever pretty much dies. And I'm sorry, but if you can't imagine that fucking reality, I'm sorry. Like, if you think the zombie apocalypse is going to be a zombie apocalypse, then you don't have a good imagination, because the truth is always stranger than fiction. You think it has to be some T virus that the people built, like COVID or something, or the umbrella corporations built with COVID. No, it's never that fucking complicated. It's never that fucking dumb, and it's always closer to the truth than a lie like that. It's gonna be the fucking water grid going down, and we're like 1 day away from that as it is. Look at the water crisis in California. Look at how they drained the Colorado River and all this shit. It's that bad right now. It's that fucking bad right now. We the ocean. We didn't work on desalination. We've got these idiot right-wingers trying to say that wind turbines are bad because they're fucking low IQ pieces of shit. Even Begon was saying stuff like that, and I was like, wow, you're just parroting the right wing. You're fucking dumb, because wind turbines are actually really good. We've had windmills since all time. And sure, they're loud and they're annoying, but but they produce a lot of power. They're not fucking some made up fucking thing. They're not some hoax. And so, yeah, if we want pure water for everybody, we better get to using the wind and the coast where all that wind comes in from the ocean and all that. Use that to run wind turbines on the fucking coast and run desalination right there along the coast and keep pure water in the fucking cisterns for everybody in this fucking culture. It's got to be like that until we run out of the planet and we travel to some other planet. We just realize that space travel is the actual solution to it, finding more resources and exploring and pioneering. But no, we'd rather drink the fucking rivers dry. We'd rather be enemies of the ocean. All this other stupid ass shit. And it's like she can talk freely about like what what they think the apocalypse is and all that stuff. I'm sorry, to me, the apocalypse is this thing that really isn't some jack off fucking fantasy like the fucking zombie apocalypse. It's the water grid going down.
Something.
And you're the mob.
And we're the mob.
All the environmentalists.
I'm gonna go get something
and
to drink. I'll be
conservation
right
people
back.
Also don't like them.
Any development here could have a direct impact on one of America's most precious wilderness areas.
They're like, you guys, you came here, you built these bunkers for no reason. And then now, on top of that, you're spilling diesel everywhere. You get out, leave. In the 90s is when the shit started to dwindle because that prediction didn't come to fruition and she lost members. There were some people who joined whose family were like, oh my God, you're in a cult, especially when the Waco shit went down and all these cult things were happening. It was a lot of attention being brought on any cult that was starting to get any attention. And so there were former members who became deprogrammers. And then there was this crazy thing that happened where these former members left, became deprogrammers, and then kidnapped a member. But then like the cops were on the kidnapped person's side because they're like, no, it's not a cult. And they were like, she wanted to be there, even if it is a cult. I mean, I don't think it's illegal to be part of a cult unless there's crimes being committed. And so it turned into this whole thing.
But Joseph Zimhart, Kenneth Paolini, and Mary Alice Chronologer, all former members of the church, are now deprogrammers. And for the last 2 weeks, they've been on trial in Boise, Idaho.
They were involved in the planning and carrying out of the abduction of Mrs. Laverne Collins Macchio and holding Mrs. Macchio for approximately 6 days in a local motel.
She was ripped out of her house wearing her nightgown in front of her.
It's so dumb. Like, that's what these cults are always like. They think that they're like these super elite KGB like fucking spy agents and shit that are all fancy. Damn, Kitty, how many pillows do you have? I'm gonna take this one. Yeah, I'm taking this pillow. Hi, Kitty. Beautiful kitty. Yeah, I'll give you a good pad there. Okay. Sorry about that, kitty.
Kids, she kicked and screamed to the van where they threw her in.
The prosecution denies the church practices any form of mind control. Ex-members describe living a life where their every move is controlled.
We were shocked to see how little we were actually thinking for ourselves. Everything was being dictated to us. What we're going to wear, when we're going to sleep, when we're going to get up, what we're going to do for our work, what kind of sex we can have, how many times a week we can have it.
4 years after that failed prediction, when her members were dwindling and she was 55 years old,
incoming party
she got
invite
pregnant with her son, Seth Thomas Francis. And then 2 years after she gives birth to him, she steps down partially. And what was really happening is that she was developing Alzheimer's and she was trying to keep the seizures that she was having a secret. And the Alzheimer's was also something that she didn't want anyone to know, but it was getting really bad. And so she ends up stepping down from operational leadership in 96, but she was still, quote unquote, the spiritual leader. And her husband, reduced her income. So apparently she was making $96,000 a year in 1996. And now they reduced it to $67,000 a year. Okay. And then in 1998, so 2 years after she stepped down, is when she was officially diagnosed with Alzheimer's. This is also when Ed divorced her and then took her to court for custody and saying that, she has Alzheimer's because at this point she's 59 and she has a child in preschool and she's been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And so the courts in the divorce are trying to figure out whether she should have custody of this child or not.
Hi,
Child was
beautiful
4 years
kitty. You want
old
to sit
and
on my
Ed was,
lap?
remember,
You are
11 years
always
younger than her.
welcome.
And so they were trying to see if he
Beautiful
should have
kitty.
the child instead of her. And then also her children, her older children,
You're
the
quite
4
beautiful,
kids
kitty.
that
You
she
know that?
had with Mark,
I say it all the time, but you are
turned
very
against
aesthetically
her.
pleasing,
Her
kitty.
kids actually said that
Most kitties aren't as
they
beautiful as
publicly
you.
criticized her and called the church a
You
cult.
got a
They
very
said it was,
feminine,
quote, a
live,
dangerous cult.
feline grace.
And her daughter Moira
For a
is the
house
one who
cat.
said that she's a
Or a
hypocrite,
farm cat.
a megalomaniac, and a manipulator. And some people think she's such a manipulator and such a liar that they think that the Alzheimer's is not even real, that she's faking the Alzheimer's to get out of testifying for some kind of legal issue that she was having regarding lawsuits that were filed by ex-members, because after that one guy got his 1.5 million, there were a lot of people that were like, hey, she fucked with us too, and they tried to sue because that's what she did. She ends up in 1999 officially
I
retiring.
want to look up a weird search that just came to me. This Avow Premium Edition looks better than the one I had, and I'm just going to snag it. I think I'm going to toss that Rune one that I had. I think I want to toss this entire Rune install. I don't really trust Rune, to be honest. So we go back to games, and in there will be my new Avowed. Oh, no. Yeah, Avowed should just be there now. I don't know where you stuck Avowed. Where did you stick Avowed? You installed it, right? Yeah, I think so. Take me to the file location. It is on my... Oh yeah, U-Boat. U-Boat might be really good, but I might need a more modern version than what they've got. Where did you stick my Avowed? Where did you stick this? No, you stuck this on F, didn't you? I think you did, but it's like here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this Avow version. I don't trust the Rune version. I'm gonna snatch this Avow Premium Edition magnet download, yeah, and all the 3 DLCs and everything. We'll take it. Sold. Then take me back. There's another one that I want. Let's see, Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown, a deluxe edition for 5 gigs. Fucking sold. Snag it. Oops. Did you start? That's not a real link, I don't think. Maybe, but it's not activating correctly. Neva Complete Edition. None of this stuff jumps out at me. Underrail. Oh yeah? Hey, oh yeah, 15 gig copy of Underrail. Underrail's good, but it's fucking hard. Yeah, it's not my style though. I wish they would make these 3D. I would play them more. I know how much of a jump that is for them. Ooh, 5 people fast. I vote Bard already. What's it? It's a BST burn. Yeah, I think you kind of do need a summoner, huh? BST burn's easier though, which is cool. Ooh, maybe I can melee. That guy's going to Zarkabard. Oh, Ula-Gelaron range, okay.
Your skill has increased.
The things I need is a sleep macro. I can't believe how full I am.
Incoming emote.
Oh, there we go. What? No. I think I will go back now and bank this.
Warp drive active.
Incoming emote. Your skill has increased.
Yay, skill ups.
Your skill has increased.
Docking request accepted.
Incoming emote.
Oh, oops. All good. Winning. That soon.
Incoming towel.
Oops, thanks for the yes. Yes. Here's my job. Oh, I didn't turn to that. Oops. Oh, the music's good. I'm going to turn on the music for just a few minutes. Okay, compress and dump. And go back out. I love this song. Fucking love Final Fantasy music. Final Fantasy music is the win.
Incoming emote. Incoming emote. Incoming emote. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Yeah, right. I'll believe when I see it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I love my kitty. Oops. Oh, I'm in a saber. I want to go to
Warp drive active.
Yeah, getting a party was sweet. Let's change the music. Let's listen to the Fallout suite. That's always a good suite. No, I don't know. I listen to that one a lot. Let's do something different. I'll do Blade Runner. I've done that in a while. I like that song. Vangelis.
Incoming tell. Your skill has increased. Incoming tell.
I love healing FFXI. It's where I belong. It's where I've always belonged. I knew it the second I did it that it was like my favorite thing to do almost ever. It's only gotten better too.
Incoming tell. Incoming tell.
This looks so cool. Hi, kitty.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
This is one of the more fun parties I've been in a while. I hit a good holy there because I have the right gear. It's fucking sweet.
Your skill has increased.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
I made it out. But I didn't skip the loot. That's okay. This party kind of started before I could get that crate out. I forgive myself. I'm still making money, and I didn't die. And I didn't fucking look bad to some piece of shit fucking cocksucker bully who attacks people who don't even have guns equipped. Why won't you do this, please? We'll see if he popped the crate. I bet he did.
Warp drive active.
I didn't even catch the name of the guy who fucking attacked me. I just know him as bully, piece of shit, rando, loser, who shoots people who don't have guns equipped because honorless scum. That's just who that's how I know them as. Don't care what their fucking name is. Go fight real PvP, piece of shit pussy. Coming out to Poshvon to kill Ventures, fucking idiot. Suck my dick, piece of shit, honorless scum, loser. Hey, he didn't pop the cargo container, so he's not a loser. Sorry. Just honorless scum, but he's not a piece of shit loser. I thought he had. I would have bet on him popping that crate, but he didn't. So whatever. He's not a piece of shit loser. He's just honorless scum, which is a lot better. When they actively bully you, past when they need to bully you, what's within the game, you know, limits, and more sort of just like shitting your breakfast or whatever. Let's see, Protector is going to end soon. Okay, we're out here at this car container. He didn't pop it, which was nice of him. I gotta say, it was nice of him. He didn't have to do that, but he did. We're gonna go get this stocked up, and then I'll just start doing single loads. This is the car container I filled while I was looking for group, and I had time to think about it. I want to change my loss list because it's still not getting enough frames. Multiplayer needs to be 4. Max frame latency should be 0. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. We want the less latency, yeah. I love lossless. It's like the best program ever made. There we go. 120 frames. That's about what I'm looking for. 30 to 120. I think I have the wrong macro on. Don't I have slow too? Yeah, that's perfect. I'm gonna change the song because it's been going on for like an hour. Sorry, it's kind of a low effort song. Not effort, but low, like, you know, low content song.
From everything. And then 10 years after that, in 2009, she died. She died in Bozeman, Montana, and that was her legacy. And the thing is that officially the church is still operating, but it's totally different now, but they do still revere her. When she died, they didn't acknowledge her death. They just said that she's now an ascended master. There's still like social media pages for the group, and they're not as like doomsday or whatever, but they still have membership who believe in it. That is the story of Elizabeth Clare Prophet and the Church Universal and Triumphant. Hopefully that was interesting for you. I had a blast editing the footage. Truly, that was really too much fun. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.
He asked Piers Morgan if he would apologize for being in the Epstein files.
Would you like to apologize for being with Ghislaine Maxwell and being in the Epstein files? Would you like to apologize for that? Space, no apology.
Seriously though, what's going on with this guy? I'm sure everybody that knows him has heard about the Peter Thiel accusations, and I want to state clearly that I am very suspicious of this woman, because not only did she seemingly come out of nowhere, but she works for the Dubai royal family. Who is she? And why did she try to accuse Clavicula of being funded by Peter Thiel? But also, why did Peter Thiel invite Clav to a party? Since at least 2017, the people invited to party with Peter Thiel, at least the ones we heard about, were usually CEOs, billionaire investors, and politicians. But Clav himself has always said he was non-political. But still, there's been a lot of association with his name and Peter. But when I think about Clavicula being invited to Peter's party, it also makes me think about the several news outlets that reported that Peter's alleged boyfriend that he cheated on his husband with died mysteriously after working with people behind the scenes to push Peter out of politics. Now, Peter Thiel is a man who was mentioned over 2,000 times in the Epstein files, and he also received over $100 million from the U.S. government. If you know who Peter Thiel is, then you don't need me to give you a rundown on why he scares me. But he's best known for being the founder of a company that totally doesn't store people's data, despite the fact that it was named after a fictional mass surveillance
I love these
device
mods, they
in Lord of
really
the
changed
Rings,
the game.
which I actually didn't know at first, but I should have figured it was something sinister since Palantir is not a real word. But recently, there's been a rumor that the billionaire Peter Thiel was helping fund the rise of Clavicular, which is possibly due to people trying to link the similarities in both of their views, but that might be a bit of a stretch, as Clav is known for being obsessed with achieving perfection when it comes to his physical appearance, and Peter mostly just seems to be a billionaire that might want to rule the world one day, and is currently using any politician he can to achieve that goal. So I don't really see what would connect him to a streamer, but this lady, I don't know. So two things are being used to link Peter to Clavicular's rise. One is that on stream, he winked at the camera and said that a person referred to as P loaned him $150,000. And some people believe this to be Peter Thiel.
I got P. I got you. P loaned me $150,000
Damn.
For the car.
Now, a person being referred to as P doesn't really provide any proof, and the wink, although suspicious, also doesn't prove that P is Peter Thiel. And in an interview he did with this woman, he became visibly upset when she suggested that he was being funded by Thiel.
That Peter Thiel backs you.
That is fake news, yeah.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
No. Well, Peter Thiel does. I mean, you get like the correlation, right?
Not really.
Another instance is the fact that Clavicular has said himself multiple times that he was invited to a party by Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel trying to get me. Dude, that was the craziest one. I swear.
You played that perfectly, bro.
Yeah, I got blacklisted from his events now. That's what I heard. Bro, I called up Ed the other day and I was like, yo, I got an invite to this party with a bunch of billionaires.
What company was it?
Bro, I don't even know.
want to start.
Yeah, let's not even get don't even give it a fuck, bro. They're listening right now. And then he's like, you can only come on your own. And I'm like, whoa.
But he declined to go, even comparing it to a Diddy party. Now, to me, this seems to be a rabbit hole that could go much deeper, but in a completely different direction than most people think. Do I think Clav was trolling when he said Peter invited him to a party? No. I actually believe that. But the only reason I can picture a 58-year-old man inviting a 20-year-old influencer to his party is that he wanted to start a relationship with him. Because although Thiel is married, another influencer, Jeff Thomas, was identified as his boyfriend, at least up until New Year's Eve 2022, when something happened. Now, multiple sources state that Peter's husband was angry about Jeff being present at Peter's New Year's Eve party. And that's obviously impossible to confirm, because if this guy was his boyfriend and it was supposedly a secret, I don't get why he would be at a party that Thiel's husband would also be present at. But what's widely agreed on is that about 3 months later, Jeff fell to his death at a condo in Miami. And this was a simple open and shut case. The Miami police didn't suspect any foul play, and some sources even claim that he might have fallen while taking a selfie. But since none of us were there, we can't say for sure what happened. But part of the reason it looked so suspicious was because a couple months before the New Year's Eve party, a man that was trying to find dirt on Peter Thiel had invited Jeff to meet him at the fancy Polo Lounge restaurant in Beverly Hills, which is how we got the confirmation that Jeff and Thiel actually met at Coachella in 2015, and that Thiel actually put him in a $13 million mansion somewhere around LA. Now, could he have been trying to do the same thing with Clavicular, and this is why he got a party invite? It's very possible, and that also makes Clav's comparison of Peter's party to a Diddy party a little more spot on. But all of this ties into a conspiracy theory that Peter wanted to somehow take advantage of Clav's influence, which would definitely fit the agenda of a scary billionaire, as the whole looks maxing thing is very influential. But Clav didn't start this movement, and it's actually been going on since the 2010s, when he would have still been a child, but to his credit, he did make it more popular than ever. But in my opinion, this woman, Micah, is who raises the most questions. So, I had never heard of her, and somehow she had $15,000 to pay Clavicular for an interview. And out of everything she could have talked about, she chose to ask him about Palantir and Peter Thiel, which is completely outside of the world Clavicular lives in. This guy isn't involved in politics and fundraising. He walks around Miami and Arizona trying to have sex with women. Out of every influencer Peter Thiel could be associated with, I just failed to see why this guy would be one of them. So I did some research, and this woman is Michaela LaLuz. I hope I said her last name right. And she doesn't even have 30,000 followers on Instagram, and she has less than 100,000 on TikTok. So
only 30,000 followers.
That someone was funding
Jesus
her.
Christ.
And I'm just being fair, because even though I don't agree with everything this guy does, I won't pretend that this narrative makes sense. I'll admit that I was suspicious when he got upset about her asking him about Peter Thiel, but then I had to question, who is this girl? And who gave her $15,000 to pay someone for an interview, especially in this era where everyone has a podcast? But apparently, she didn't just come out of nowhere, and she has a public LinkedIn profile that makes me very suspicious. She claims to work for a company in the private office of a Dubai prince, which right there shows that whatever she says needs to be analyzed, because it's well known that to be an influencer in the UAE, there are certain things you have to agree to say and not say. And despite going to college in Canada, she's been working in the UAE since at least 2022. And before that, it says she was a NFT collector? What the fuck am I reading? So it appears that she is funded by the royal family of Dubai, which I only say because she works as an advisor in the Sheikh's private office. But how does someone get in a position like this? It's clear that she already had money before 2022 if she was collecting NFTs, and she appears to have been a manager and actress in some type of children's series. But before that, in 2017, she was also some kind of host interviewing very prominent people, and she even provided pictures of herself with the former president of Poland, which is something that she was apparently doing while she was a student at Ryerson University. So does the UAE want people to think that this random kick streamer was funded by Peter Thiel, or does she truly believe this accusation for some unknown reason? Who gave her this information? Now, I will say, it's very interesting that Peter Thiel has made some pretty big investments in the UAE, which would fit with Clab's accusation that Michaela is being funded by Peter Thiel. But her being funded by Peter Thiel would only make sense if maybe Peter was trying to give back a Clavicula for turning down his party invitation, because theoretically,
You took
Peter
the
Thiel's
child
public image is
rapist
so bad
money.
that merely accusing someone of being funded by him would make that person seem less credible. But again, all of this is a bit of a stretch. Her connections to the UAE are not though, and they are very strange to me. But we have to remember that the US runs on a never-ending back-and-forth distraction war between two sides. And it doesn't start with the average American, it starts with the people funding the political parties that run the country, such as Peter Thiel, a huge political donor. Because remember, if you see a famous person supporting a political party in the US or a politician, it's usually not because that's their actual opinion, it's because they were paid to do so. And this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. I mean, even some of the boomers realize this. And we're all smart enough to know that each news outlet has a side that's paying them to support this side or that side. And Clab is often referred to in the biased media sources as a right-wing influencer, despite the fact that he stated multiple times that he is not political, which makes sense. He's not political. I mean, his content is mostly just him going to the club or talking to girls. That is not political. That's called being a single guy in his 20s with a social life. But his extreme lifestyle makes it easy to put him in a certain category. But that doesn't explain why a woman working for the Dubai royal family would make this wild accusation. And as I said, I don't agree with everything Clavicular says or what he does, but I have to call out what appears to be a false narrative when I see one. And I also respect that he's not trying to influence his audience to buy into politics, because it would seem that even he understands it's just a show, and the average politician doesn't care about the people that support them outside of the fact that it's what makes them money. And in my opinion, a political influencer is one of the worst type of influencers, because if you think any of these wealthy and powerful people care about the life and the hardships of the average voter, I challenge you to go to Beverly Hills right now, or Billionaires Row in New York City, and get one wealthy person to buy you a cheeseburger. I dare you. Like, damn, bro, I would buy you a cheeseburger.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you, thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
And a lot of people were asking in one of my videos if Clavicular was being funded by Peter Thiel, and my answer is going to be no. But Peter Thiel's
compliments were
business relationships and his
fucking
relationship with
weird.
Epstein should be the main focus when people are
They're
trying
like
to figure
racial
out the end
based
goal
and they
of
made
his
me
seemingly
uncomfortable.
evil plans.
It
Not a
seemed
kick streamer
racist,
that goes
kind
to
of.
frat parties. To a billionaire, influencers
It
are
led
one
to
of two
racist
things, if not both.
retardation.
Either a piece of meat or a tool to get support. But Peter Thiel has seemingly the full support of the US government, so I don't think he needs a kick streamer. I'm all for a good conspiracy theory, but this one seemed a little bit too ridiculous.
Gentlemen, it's finally happened. I know the majority of you have one fear. That's because I've looked at my analytics, and it's basically a sausage fest. Mankind's biggest fear is going bald. And unless you've been living under an absolute rock, you have definitely seen the highest cortisol spike ever recorded in history. This is an actual Twitter caption, by the way. Number 2 ranked Chad Androgenic suffered a massive cortisol spike after a fan snatched his wig, exposing his true hairline. And this terrifying clip of a man losing everything in a heartbeat garnered over 35 million views.
Oh my god. It's shame. It's body shaming. It's just the same old body shame shit. Cortisol level.
Few characters have ever been recorded in history losing everything. Julius Caesar, when he was assassinated by Roman senators. In the Breaking Bad episode Ozymandias, where Walter lost everything. You probably didn't watch that episode. You just know the meme gif on Discord where he drops to his knees and falls over. I'll watch it next week. No, you won't. Shut up. But I have never seen a greater loss of someone's ego in my entire life than his entire wig being snatched. Now, if you don't know Androgenic, he's a looks maxer like Clavicular, and he's recently risen to prominence as the number 2 ranked Chad, mostly because he's not American, he's Australian, so he's got a lot more of the ladder to climb than Clavicular did. So originally, his quest was to fly from Australia all the way to Miami to avenge Clavicular. After, of course, as you know, if you've been keeping up with the lore, he was brutally mogged by the ASU frat leader, who isn't even a frat leader, but you should know that. You should know that. Obviously, you've been keeping up with the lore. Now, unlike Clavicular, whose ascension was based more around his looks, Androgenic was focused more on his size and his transformation. I get it, he's probably got about 50 needles sticking out of his thigh, but the guy's had a huge change. I mean, his glow up is insane. No one can argue with that. He basically transformed from the kid that was bullied at school to the kid that was bullied at school, but this is his VR chat avatar. Now, Androgenic, to give him credit, has been around in the looks maxing space for a while. He initially rose to prominence making informative videos about looks maxing.
People can't do like intelligence or beauty, so they do looks
basically
maxing.
going into detail about what kind of needle you need to be stabbing yourself with 3 times a day. And I think there's a bit of lore as well that he basically leaked stuff from the looks maxing forums, and that's the reason why they hate him, because he was one of the people that helped make it mainstream. But ever since he was crowned number 2 ranked Chad, which by the way is a real ranking, that is not even a bit. Wait, who is Nocturnal Kent? Who is this? Who is that guy? I don't know who this is. Why do they all look so similar? Like, he mobs me easily. Jesus. But like, what? He looks like if you ask someone to draw Christian Bale in Batman.
You've been bleaching your hair so long, you need to shave bald.
And also, Androgenic has joined forces with Connor Murphy, who's an unk looks maxer, I guess you can say. Connor Murphy is being explained as well as Androgenic's top recruits in World War Mog. These are real terms. Like, unironically, in 5 years, we're going to have like a social media course, and kids at school are going to be taught like, what does Mog mean? What does Mog mean to get your degree? Now, if you don't know Connor Murphy, his lore is a huge rabbit hole. You are delving into at least the 7th or 8th circle of Dante's hell there. He basically rose to fame for having a very aesthetic physique, and he would make these prank videos. The prank being he would take his shirt off, Lamau, I guess. But obviously having such a good physique, natty, you can probably maintain that about 1 month out of the year with extreme dedication and planning. That is, unless you're blasting gear. Connor was blasting gear, and that made him to start losing his hair, which then caused him to spiral and have a total mental breakdown. I mean, I've never really understood why men treasure their hairline so much. I mean, my hairline, for example, oh my god, yeah, it's over. Oh no, it's over. That's it. That's over. Oh, wow. Whoa! That's bad. Okay, right. I see what he's talking about. No, I need to get on the hairline like immediately, like right now. Jesus Christ. But the point I'm trying to make is, as an influencer, you should never really be worried about losing your hair, because again, it's an easy method. Hairline. Get a transplant. You'll probably get it for free if you shout out the company that does it. Okay, sure, your face will probably be inflated for a short period of time, and you'll basically look like a hot air balloon. Fair enough, that's a bit of a downside. but it does go away. And even if they won't pay for the operation, you get it as a tax write-off. Just do a vlog about it. A great example I can think of here is TGF, two YouTubers, Jay and Ramel. They were a British prank channel, and I remember where they hilariously dared one of the guys to get a hair transplant. Woo! What a crazy prank to improve his looks aesthetically. Whoa, that totally wasn't a tax write-off. So anyway, back to Connor Murphy. As the Norwood numbers continued to climb, his mental health started to decline. Wait a minute, that rhymes. Oh, I'm a poet now, baby. And this accumulated where he tried to drink what is called the Divine Protein Shake to basically save his testosterone, and it was drinking another man's sperm. I wish that was a joke. He also went on an ayahuasca retreat, and he really got into psychedelics. And then after that, he basically became insane. His posts became very weird and
conspirituality has gone nuts. I watched my stepfather
his
do it.
hairline, thankfully, have stabilized.
For about
He wouldn't take the
week
COVID
span,
vaccine.
He was microdosing every single day and posting literally every half an hour to an hour on his Instagram and YouTube these like clearly just under the influence videos that are so out there and make no sense, making claims about celebrities.
Anyway, Androgenic's response to this wig snatching has been just pure cope. It's been absolute cope.
So I'm going extremely viral for having my wig snatched off, especially on X, but on all platforms. And it's only been like fucking 6 hours. I don't think people realize that I've literally publicly been spamming videos moving forward for like 2 months. And I literally publicly made videos showing that I'm wearing a wig like days ago. But I'm glad this is going this viral. This is pretty crazy. No aura is being lost, I'll tell you that much.
You know the whole meme of like, oh, I was only pretending to be a fucking moron. I got you. But to be fair, in his defense, he has been posting multiple TikToks and IG Reels where he was bald because he did get a hair transplant. And then he even posted a video showing the wig a few days before. So on top of getting a hair transplant, he's also getting a rhinoplasty, which is a nose surgery. And that can take several months or even a year or more. But the hair transplant, if it's a full transplant, that can take like a year or more to grow. So Androgenic had two choices: stay at home for a year, curtains closed, and never show his face again, or keep making bread but wear a wig and a cap. He chose the latter option, and people have been comparing it to this item in the Roblox store. So ever since he got the hair transplant, a lot of people have been spamming this image in the TikTok comments of his side profile. Oh no, I just squealed like a girl. Oh no. Oh, that was a horrible noise. I never want to make a noise like that again. He actually looks like Mr. Incredible.
Androgenic is going.
What? They made him look like a Neanderthal. How have they done that? Or it should be like Far Cry Primal. What? So as you know, there's been huge updates on the Epstein files, which for the rich and powerful is terrible news. Great news for CoffeeZilla though. He's basically uploading a video every second day talking about it. But there's this video that's been making the rounds all over the internet, and someone in Quebec is running into who they believe to be Ghislaine Maxwell walking around completely free, despite the fact that she's in a secure prison in Texas.
What?
Ghislaine? Do I know you?
Oh my god, that was her!
She's basically Jeffrey Epstein's closest associate and accomplice, and she's currently serving 20 years in a federal prison for helping run basically everything associated with Epstein. So with the recent release of the files, and again, it getting traction, people are absolutely losing their mind over this video. So in the video, there's a guy in the recording, and he says that, you know...
No, it's a setup.
Hook him up with pizza.
No, I used to order Hello Pizza off her. She always delivered, yeah.
which is clearly a reference to the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which has again seen a huge resurgence as a lot of people found the mention of the word pizza to allude to really bad things in the Epstein files. And then also people are theorizing that the person that she's stood next to is Alan Dershowitz, who is also Epstein's lawyer and close personal acquaintance.
What? She's talking to. And there's a lot of people
Alan
that think
Dershowitz.
it looks a whole lot like Alan Dershowitz.
Oh
Epstein's
my
lawyer.
god.
This guy has worked with Harvey Weinstein, O.J. Simpson, Mike Tyson, Trump, and in the video, she uses the man's cane as evidence to say that it's him, showing a Google AI, all right, stick with me on this one, overview response saying that Alan Dershowitz, after a severe injury, falling into a puddle.
But what about the cane? I couldn't find any photos of Alan walking with a cane, but it turns out that in June of 2015, Alan Dershowitz reported that he was walking with a cane due to injuries sustained from falling on a puddle at TD Gardens in 2012.
And then people in the comments as well are basically saying, this is them. They even react to the name being said. They turn around. Now, the problem with the video is it's gone so viral. It's been shared around everywhere. So to find the original context is really difficult. Even if this is unedited, this could be someone who knows that this person that lives in the area looks a lot like Ghislaine Maxwell, and they might even get it a lot as some kind of like reoccurring bit or something. Like, I don't want to jump the gun or anything like that. There is more I do want to say about this, but I can see why people would think this, because again, if you put a side-to-side comparison of these two people, they look basically identical. Obviously, people on Instagram are just lapping this up, just immediately saying, yep, it's her, she's alive, she escaped. I do want to say I love the sense of justice people have online, you know, trying to do the most without ever leaving their couch. Like this person here saying, it's her for sure. Can the Canadian FBI step in here and help the situation? So again, I have no idea what the Canadian FBI is, but Jenna, you've done an amazing job without getting off the couch. You know, your country respects you. Now, one thing that people are really comparing here is the picture of the woman on the street, a picture of Ghislaine Maxwell, but then also a recently released photo of the actual Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, basically saying she looks nothing like how she did before going into prison, basically implying that she's been swapped out with a body double. Now, that interview,
oh my god, that's what they've been doing.
With the US
Why not?
Committee
It's
on
genius.
Oversight and
We'll have a
Reform.
stand. We'll have
So
a
again,
prison
people
stand
just
in.
assuming,
They
you know,
talked
like,
about
either
this on
she brought a
Breaking
bit
Bad,
away,
remember?
or they swapped her out with someone else.
It's like a
And
prison
obviously the
stand-in, a
theories
fall
here went
guy.
absolutely wild, like saying that the person next to the woman in the video in Quebec could be Ghislaine Maxwell's brother. And there was also this post, which was basically going absolutely schizo, trying to analyze not only the shape of her nose, but her teeth in great detail. I also have found a few people that have tried to break down if this video is AI. If you slow it down and pause at some of the frames, the woman's face that's meant to be Ghislaine, she looks kind of very clear and in
Yeah, the
focus,
scarf
despite
is
the fact
questionable.
of the other footage of the phone camera
Her eye
sweeping,
looks out.
looking quite blurry. So there are inconsistencies with the video, but I haven't actually seen like an AI expert, yes, that's a real thing, unfortunately, break down this video. And obviously at the minute, there's no official reports. There's nothing on the news that Ghislaine Maxwell is not in prison. I mean, honestly, if anything, this could have just been a really old video that's only resurfaced now. This could have been filmed like months ago, maybe even years ago, because the case with Epstein and also Ghislaine Maxwell was ongoing for a very long time. This happens a lot on the internet where old videos resurface and then people, you know, like new gens, they find it and they treat it like it's a huge breakthrough. I guarantee you 99% of the people who have posted this video, if you ask them, where did you get it from originally? They'll just be like, I don't know. Or they'll tell you the account where they stole it from, and then you ask them and they'll probably say, I don't know. Currently at the minute, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers are actually fighting the release of more Epstein files, just complete cope. But yeah, I just think it's such a bizarre thing. Obviously, if this woman isn't Ghislaine Maxwell, which, you know, I'm guessing it isn't, I really hope she doesn't get harassed or anything like that, because again, you know, you might even have people that are traveling down to Quebec to try and find this woman.
I don't know.
Also,
Just
I
the
don't
way
think
she
it's her,
responded.
because if it was her, if that was Ghislaine,
She was
could
like,
you
yeah,
imagine
when he said
100%
Ghislaine.
proof
She was like,
how
yeah.
that would change everything? That would probably destabilize most things people are relatively comfortable with in America at the minute. Like, could you imagine if Ghislaine was actually found in Quebec
Your
and
skill has
apprehended,
increased.
and then there's like a deposition, and she's like, oh no, I didn't have any outside help. No. I got the spoon, you see, and I dug down for 2,000 miles. I started off in Texas, and I somehow ended up in Quebec. It's quite insane, really. So the minute there's been a crazy, sad, insane, I don't know what buzzword. There's been a situation revolving the Amazing Digital Circus fandom, and they've been harassing a creator of the show after she made some comments about the show's plot and some of the fans' criticisms, after which she made an apology and then deleted her entire Reddit account. Now, if you haven't watched the Amazing Digital Circus, good, get out of here. This is coming from someone that watched Has Been Hotel, and ironically. Now, you've probably heard of the Amazing Digital Circus. You probably also have Celeste in your Steam library as well and won't shut up about it. It's an indie animated series from Gooseworks, and it's produced by Glitch Productions. The pilot episode was uploaded back in 2023. It went super viral. Everyone that watched it developed an autistic hyperfixation with one particular character, who then proceeded to say, "They are literally me," and probably set their Discord and Twitter picture to that character. But it did end up becoming the most viewed animated pilot on the platform, and it even got a deal with Netflix. Now, I don't really need to give a synopsis of Amazing Digital Circus. There's probably half of you have watched it, the other half kill people that watch it, but it's got some very good character writing, like, for example, Pomni, who's basically Charlie from Has Been Hotel, and Jax, a deeply emotionally insecure character that tries to front with bravado, despite the fact that he's deeply emotionally unhappy. He's basically Vox from Has Been Hotel. Okay, Jesus Christ, I can feel Twitter having a breakdown over that one. Okay, that was a joke, by the way. That was a joke. But honestly, after me watching Digital Circus, I did enjoy it. I think it's a really good show, and the fact that it's available free to watch on YouTube is really cool.
Digital
So a few
service,
days ago, Gooseworks was talking on a live stream about the show, where she was discussing some complaints fans had about the main character, Pomni, and Jax. Basically, both of them just being main characters of the show because there's a lot of focus on them.
I'm gonna say something that may be a vent or something, but like going into this series, I never expected one of the things that people would get mad at me for would be making the show focus on the two main characters. I was like, oh, I didn't even know you could get mad about that.
She basically never expected that people would get mad for the focus being on them so much. She says that she thinks that people don't know where it's going and they're getting mad about predictions that aren't true.
People don't know where it's going. Yeah, I've seen people get mad about their predictions that just aren't true, and I'm like, oh, well, just feel mad a little bit. Like, I swear, it's all for something.
And I do really sympathize with her here because I could not imagine as a show creator people making up theories that haven't even happened yet, getting angry over their predictions, and you can't even say anything, right? Like, your hands are tied, because if you say anything and give context or even like a clue, you've just spoiled your own show. Now, this clip of her talking went viral, and then a lot of people took it upon themselves to do some bizarre, twisted form of internet justice and then find her Reddit account and direct anger towards that. Now, she would sometimes use this account to post hints about the show, like this one from 23 days ago, where she hints at what the main focus of the show is. And then at the same time, people were criticizing her for apparently not developing other characters enough, like Ragatha, for example, who was introduced with a lot of the main cast in episode 1, the pilot, with Pomni and Jax. Now, Gooseworks did tweet out that each episode would basically be a focus on a specific kind of character, giving them a spotlight. Episode 5 was meant to be Ragatha. Some fans feel that that really didn't actually come to fruition once the episode released, and fans also noticed that a lot of these shows' promotional material was mostly focused on Pomni and Jax. And since there's only 2 episodes left of the show, a lot of people feel that there isn't really enough time to flesh out Ragatha's character. Now, I feel that these criticisms, some of them originally came from a good place, but what always happens with the internet is the horde arrives, or the very annoying vocal 1%, and they just ruin it for everyone, like turning genuine criticisms and thoughts into just harassment against the creator. And I also feel that a lot of people have missed this point, right? Like, you know, it's Gooseworks' show, and I guess whoever else has involvement with like writing, designing, that kind of thing. It's like the fans can enjoy something or they can not enjoy something. That's totally valid. You know, you can watch Digital Circus and you can end up hating it. Fair enough. But I feel like at the end of the day, it's made for the creator. A lot of people don't realize that when something is put out online creatively, it's usually for the actual person that made it. It could be, I don't know, like them expressing personal thoughts, personal opinions. It could even be like some kind of multi-layered projection as well. It could be therapeutic to them. Again, there can be things that a writer or a creator does with a show that people don't agree with. I'm not saying you're not allowed to criticize it, but there's a difference between criticizing it and then trying to take the steering wheel away from the creator and then say, no. You make my canon actually canon now. So around this time, Gooseworks was really losing patience with the audience. And then in a reply about someone asking for a potential graphic novel, she said, I have considered never touching this franchise again with a 10-foot pole. And then after this tweet, she made some posts on Blue Sky saying that she's stressed and not feeling any creative passion, and that she's trying her hardest to make the show good, and she's sorry about what she said on stream. And then this all led up to her deleting her Reddit account. Now, when this happened, a lot of people turned
Not a bad
said,
idea.
Are we the bad guys? And
I never made it,
or
I guess I have one
just
now, yeah.
aged like fine wine. Like, for example, when the show comes out, can you all sign a waiver saying that you'll be a good fandom? If not, I'm going to make the show bad on purpose. Again, I do really feel for Gooseworks here because I'm not an animator. I have nowhere near the creative talent that artists do, but I've put videos out on the main channel that I've put, you know, my own writing, my own time into, and they've been creative projects. And then obviously seeing people say, couldn't you have done it this way or that way? Or that part sucks. Why did you use that song? That's cringe. That song you paid 20K for? Bro, it sucks. I mean, fair enough, you can say it sucks, but like, fuck you. I did it for me. I didn't do it for you. You're able to enjoy it. You can say it's good. You can say it's bad. Fair enough. But I put it out there on the internet for me. And I think that's what a lot of people don't realize. When a creator makes something, it usually is them putting their own thoughts and feelings or past experiences or stories they wanted to tell on the internet. And it's really refreshing to see animation online or just any kind of thing from a smaller studio that isn't just, you know, huge cape slop. Like, you could have the best director in the world make a film, but then there'll be like company oversight, deadlines. The producers will go, no, you got to change that bit. We can't
Your skill
market
has
it
increased.
for a plushie otherwise. No, you can't do that. I mean, yeah, I know Digital Circus sells plushies. That's probably where they make most of their money from to fund the next episodes. But again, it's very obvious that they have a lot more creative control on that show compared to a lot more mainstream stuff. Again, if you don't enjoy Digital Circus, fair enough. I'm not making this video as like a glaze. We're like, you have to enjoy the thing. You have to. But again, it's turned from something where people felt genuine criticism about a show that they, to be fair, were very invested in, to like, no, change that thing. Make me happy now. Me want thing now. Me want dopamine now. So what's the moral of that story? Season 3 of Hazbin Hotel, they're going to bring back Vox, and they're going to make him a small side character that has a redemption arc, and he'll probably be a good guy in Season 4. Okay, if that was right, and you don't see an upload again on this channel, I got a cease and desist, bro. But I swear to God, that's what's happening.
How is WoW Classic treating me? The game, lovely.
Your skill
the people
has
in this
increased.
chat, phenomenal. The YouTube comments, questionable at best. Definitely a strange mix of people who I think are possibly a tad too focused on the experience they had 20 years ago. Reddit, haven't checked for my own health. I think people obviously care about this game. It's become a culture, it's become a personality, it's become an entire history. And people want to present the game in the best light. In doing so, they want me to have the same experience they had, and they think that if I play it differently, I'm robbing myself of that experience. People think that if I use Questy, I'm robbing myself of the pure experience of Classic or of the Burning Crusade.
You are poor.
When I have to explain to them, I am splitting my attention between the game and the Twitch chat. My focus is on talking to you guys, killing enemies, and having fun with the guild. If I can find an add-on that allows me to focus more on Twitch chat and more on the social aspect, I'm going to do that. I'm not.
I got a good
I've
party.
Not paid for rested XP. No.
Look, 2 parties and the whole day blows by. And I've been standing out here doing nothing forever. I don't care. It's been out here for like an hour. What the fuck do I care? I don't care about that. That's not a bad question. Somebody's music from the 80s just came through. No, wait, where did that sound come from? Must have been Mortal. Yeah, the sound. Yeah, I had the voices on, yeah. Okay, so
I am not particularly bothered about going on an explorative journey of a 20-year-old game that's been solved multiple times. I'm sure there's a beautiful level of exploration to be found here, but I also don't particularly want to value that over just playing with the community. Questy is fine, but rested XP is a different beast. I do have that. I was using that to get through the first 10 levels so I could dungeon. I enjoy dungeoning with the guild. I don't particularly enjoy just grinding the overland quest or the overworld quests to level
Turn
up.
your loot
So I
all
use rested
on.
experience to boost through the first 10 levels effectively. When did I last buy spell upgrades? A good 10 levels ago. I am so far behind on spells.
10
levels
what, do you mean the fact that I bought
spells 10 levels ago?
10 levels ago? That's
Just gonna
fucking
keep using
terrible in Classic. You're bad, you idiots. You're fucking bad. I'm gonna get off you now.
I just got
I understand why they hate how you play WoW.
Like somebody watched. I just got a massive score at Goodwill. It was like somebody watched my last video, saw me struggling with markers, and helped me out. So appreciate that. Friends, I want to do something different with today's video. I want to talk very directly to fascists and about fascism, because I think we have hit a moment with the Epstein file releases, with the clarity that is now available to the reality that our entire system is constructed by some of the worst, most horrific people who have been utilizing it and bent it to their wills so that they could protect themselves from their crimes, from consequences, from the community. But before I go too far, let me introduce myself to the new people here. I'm AJ, I'm a cybersecurity professional and a motorcycle instructor, and I've been basically a full-time activist for the last 5 months. I got one of the gayest motorcycle crews around, and I like to keep those people safe. So that's what got me involved in all this. That's how I got here. And I think a lot of normal people are getting activated because the same thing is happening to them. They're realizing politics comes for you eventually. You don't get to just sit back and watch the world spin by and get better. It's going to get worse unless we all dig in. And that's what I'm here to help everyone do. So yeah, the major goal of this video is to provide an opportunity to talk directly to people who are in fascist cults. If you are in patriotism, if you are in neo-Nazi groups, if you are in Adam Waffen or whatever, there's a million of these fucking things now. If you're a Nick Fuentes follower, whatever. I want to help you deconstruct out of those beliefs, because those beliefs are not good for you. They are not going to create a good life. They are actually only going to lead to your death, either by your own hand or the hands of somebody else. And if you're not a fascist, I hope to give you more information about fascism, about how fascists think, where they come from, as well as some ways to communicate to those people as well as other people about fascism, because I think that that's one of the biggest breakdowns and why we're here right now. Fascism is a problem for all of us. You know, it has created a lot of these interlocking crises. It is creating violence in our streets. And that is why there's going to be a lot of accountability for this coming out. And I really want to help the people that might be in these white supremacist groups realize that. I want you to avoid the worst accountability that's coming, because if you get out now, you might be able to have a semblance of a normal life. But if you don't, the longer you go down these roads, the more likely you are to crash out very, very hard. I want to deconstruct this stuff because you do.
It's just now. Oh, I zoned. Yeah, I probably zoned. Shit, I went too far. God damn it. I mean, I didn't go. I don't mind. I don't mind grabbing this signet. I should aim on up, or I'll get some party that I don't want. I think I've had enough of FFX side parties for today. I will do other things. I mean, yeah, 8 hours of party every day, whatever. I like FFXI. It wraps around me like a glove, whatever. It's good. It was good to take a break, and now I come back and it doesn't bother me as much anymore because it's so cumbersome after a couple of years of it. You're like, this slow-ass game from 20 years ago that sucks for my stream and doesn't really, like, entertain anybody. But, I mean, it's part of the MMO lifestyle, which was the original name of this stream. Yeah, I didn't get that last little bit out, but I got a lot out. Got a lot out here. Let's try the other one. I haven't been to the other one, I don't think. Maybe I have. I don't know.
Warp drive
I don't
active.
care. One of the things I'm beginning to notice is that I'm not very cognizant of what's going on around me, but I'm not a unobservant person or whatever. I'm not a rube or an unobservant person. Oh, that's no good, huh? What about like over here? There we go. Next page. We're going to what? Yeah, I'll go to best luck and I'll craft a whole bunch of gold for the rest of the night. The FFXI grind gives my life meaning. As dumb as that is, I'll be honest about it. And I will return to it and I'll cap out a bunch. Oh, there's a pioneer here. I don't wanna fuck with him. I'm not trying to fuck with him. Nah, buddy, I'm terribly sorry. I'm trying to leave. My bad.
Warp drive active.
Sorry. I don't need to sit on his belt. There's like 2 pioneers and stuff. I aggroed those guys, which isn't too good. Now I've got to sit and wait, which is stupid. I got to come back out half an hour when they're not really thinking about me anymore. And I fucked up there. I came in on. I should have just stayed where I was because it was it was charted territory. But instead, I poked my nose into a Pochvon fucking mining thing. Let's see if they fuck with me. They may not fuck with me. They're both in mining ships and they may not really care. I left immediately. They can maybe get the fucking message. In any event, I'll fucking leave. I don't care. I'll go way out there where the rocks don't bump me. Yeah, shoot me way out there. Real fast. So if these guys come in smoking hot on my heels, which they might be, they might come in any second here. They might have figured out where I got. Like they might be a little slow about it. Might be like, oh, you want to go get him? I don't know. And they might talk about it, but they might come in hot after me here because they have the drones to kill me. But I mean, it's a venture. Who the fuck cares? That's my thing. It's like, motherfucker, it's a venture. What do you care? I think I want to, well, I can't run the micro drive all the time, but I can orbit at like 2500 M, and I probably will, because moving is probably better for getting me out, honestly. If I'm on the wrong side of the asteroid, it might really suck. But I'll just burn out the direction away from them, and then I'll leave. Oh no, well, no. I want to, it's late enough where, yeah, I do want to try dropping a cargo container. Align towards the station. Oops. Alright, that's perfect. Right on. Okay, we are aligned. You know, I don't think I want the ambient music from this game anymore. I think I'll just turn it off entirely so I don't have to listen to that terrible blowing sound. Alright, give me Signet, which is good. Okay, start mining Reykjavik. We're gonna dump this whole Reykjavik thing, these 2 Reykjavik rocks into a cargo container and take a Reykjavik shipment home tonight. I have become a Pashvan ninja miner. I really like doing it. It took me a while to gather a fucking, a fucking taste for it, because it really leaves a bad taste in my mouth sometimes. People come in to fuck with me constantly. But I swear to God, if I start a thing where I'm out here and I live here, eventually other people will come too, and it won't be that bad. There'll be people that sweep through, and I'll get better at leaving, and I'm better at avoiding them. I don't use drones, because that's a dead giveaway that you're mining. I don't, the ship is the cheapest ship in the fucking game. Like, literally, it's not the cheapest ship, because it does have, like, a micro warp drive and some tricks to get out of problems and such. But it is, like, for 3 million, anybody can afford this, like, pretty much starting day one. And it will make its own weight in the first mining load, which most people go through, like, 2,000 mining loads before they feel like they make any sort of weight of income. But yeah, technically the whole community should have just recognized that Pashvan is where all the noobs should go with their little ventures and stuff. It should be a noob playground, but everybody's too scared of it because these roams of paladins come sweeping through and just wipe everybody. But that's the sandbox. You can't stop that. I think they wanted more noobs to come out here, though. I see people out here. I see 5-10 people out here once in a while. But it's about the same, usually like 20-30 people. I never ever see like new people out here. Oh, I'm sorry. The names always change. It's always new people, but it's never like, but it's never like they stay there. It's like they're out here. There's always about 30 people out here or whatever. I see them talking all the time, but it's never ever the same people, because it's like a place in flux. It's hard to comprehend, like, that this is like the hardest place to live in Eve, but it's the hardest place to live in Eve. Like, even use the stations here, you have to grind for months before they'll even let you repair your ship at the stations out here, because it is the hardest place to live. And for some reason I gravitated to that, and I like this place because you don't have to scan to come out here. And I feel like I'm gonna use. First, I'll start with the asteroid belts until I have so much fucking money that I'm just gonna buy. Yeah, and I'll figure out some other hustle. I think the LSI hustle is good. But I think to do it right, I need to sink about $40 cash into it, which is fucking annoying. If I really want to do it right, I'll just buy $40 worth of Plex when it's on sale, like right now. Or not right now, but like next week or whatever. And I haven't done that in a while. Well, that's not true. I bought I've only bought Omega. I've not bought Plex. The only Plex I've gotten recently was all from Omega packs. I've not swiped. Yeah, no, that's the God's honest truth. I've not swiped for Plex in a long time, like 2.5 years something. So I don't feel that bad to swipe $40 on Eve, because it's like, it really did re-embrace me as I came back. I needed this game, and I was going to leave this game permanently. But then I realized that, like, all the problems, if you just apply your mind to them and then move out of that situation so you're never in that situation again, they're not problems. Like the pieces of shit that ganked me in high sec, fine, I'll move to Pashvan. If they fuck with me out here, I'll go back to high sec. If they fuck with me in high sec and they're used to me and they stalk me or whatever, I'll move to fucking low sec. I don't care. I'm learning not to talk in the chat other than to help people. I'm learning that just by vocalizing how I feel after I meet these PvPers, it did nothing for my reputation. It just hurt me, and I don't care. I don't care how I feel about these cocksucking morons that show up and bully people who don't even have guns equipped. I don't care how I feel about that. I call them honorless scum. I think about the nastiest things I could call them that might actually get to them, because they are honorless scum. They shoot people without guns equipped, or they use stream snipes to get their advantage, or they fucking bully you or follow you around, and they're fucking losers. I'm fucking sick of it. If I want them to be cooler people, I'm just gonna stop talking to them. I'm not even gonna play their victim anymore. Either, like, eventually, if you're a bully, and even your bully victim is like giving you the fucking finger and walking away, you can't do shit. That's when you know you've lost, kind of. It's like when your victim gives you the finger and walks away free, that's how the bully knows that they're done, and that's what I've done. I pretty much walked away from CCP. I mean, CCP is getting me to spend gacha money, but I don't spend a lot of money on MMOs. I mean, I have spent like $100 on a Fallout 76 subscription. I spent $100 on World of Warcraft Midnight this year, but you guys bought me that. I think I put $10 into it or something like that. And then, yeah, my next Twitch payment came. By the way, guys, I forgot to say, my next Twitch payment came, and I really love you guys. I've been doing so well. Thank you. The fucking donations and shit has been amazing. Thank you so much. You know, I hope people are still here. And like Monday night on a Sunday, maybe you're drunk and it's like 2 a.m. or something. But hey, thanks for the all of the beautiful donations. I am doing well in the video game world, and I have to be very careful where I spend my money. And the games that I want to support right now are Rust, Eve, Mortal, and FFXI, and that's what it's always fucking been. Those are what it's always been. You know, I could run. Oh, no, I guess I couldn't. No, I was thinking maybe I could run retail and Horizon at the same time, and that would be enough for me, but I don't think you can. I don't know. Yeah, to launch it, you have to switch executable bats, which is acceptable if you want to run them at the same time, I guess. And I could maybe get myself familiarized with that process. It's a nerdy, shitty, fucking like I play bad games, fucking I hack play bad games just to play the bad games or whatever, like solution to not having the last game in my roster, because I would like to go to Rust, but I don't like how Rust wipes your work. Maybe the money would be better spent. Oh, not money, but maybe I should use my GeForce Now slot to connect to my own Rust server, and that would be a good usage of the rest of the GeForce Now time. In that way, I could live the naval lifestyle as a pirate, and I could live on a boat at large oil, and I could jetpack to, Outpost or whatever, and I would have a much better latency. And I think they kind of do let you self-serve servers much easier now, where you don't even have to go do it in the background on your computer. You can have somebody else do that. And I might look into what the yearly costs. Let's go see if they have some thing on the Rust
do have a choice. We all have a choice. As much as it's hard to transition, I transitioned when I got divorced a couple years ago, and it was very difficult.
You went through a divorce? Jesus Christ.
To leave that life, and my life is nothing like what it was for.
Yeah, look, he's happy now. Now that he's not some piece of shit right-winger anymore. Look, he's actually happy. You can see it on his face. It's a death cult. It kills you. Look at that smile on his face. Look how healthy he is and how well he's doing and shit. I'm doing so much better. Totally different. The less I do with those people, the better I do.
friends, and it was, yeah.
Yeah, like, I swear to God, republicanism is it's like a downward spiral. It's disgusting. I'm sure they think that thing about liberalism, but again, when the liberalism gets out of hand, you get STDs and the free love, you know, the free love, like, you know, flower power peace hippie revolution. That's what happens when leftists gets out of hand. When rightists get out of hand, you get genocide or nuclear war. Pick one. Choose one. You know, that's how I look at choosing between the two. Is one, when they get out of hand, there's like STD and democratic lies and fucking like back in the lobbies and shit. The other one gets genocide and fucking nuclear war if they get out of hand. And so I don't, you know, I think it's an easy choice.
Hard times, but
plus you can see the smile. He's not kidding about that smile on his face. It's much better over here.
Out the other side. And I care a lot about this because so many of the friends I'm surrounded with today, so many of the amazing people who do this mutual aid work, some of the best, most capable people came from these groups. They came out of religious cults. They came out of abusive domestic environments, like parents that were just terrible to them. And we can unlearn these things. You can get better. We can all break the cycle together. So let us start, as we always must, in this anti-fascist movement by focusing on the tip of the spear, Minneapolis, Minnesota, where although they are saying, indicating, you know, signaling, we're drawing that down, we're gonna back up, we're out of there, y'all. Yeah, the reporting on the ground says basically none of that. So yeah, they've removed like a couple hundred ICE agents supposedly, but what's mostly changed is the tactics they are using. They are getting even more surreptitious. They are getting even more manipulative. So for example, instead of having cars filled with masked agents, they might have a single dark-skinned female in a car doing recon who will then report to those giant cars
who are around the corner.
Agents.
We continue to see them use a range of different disguises, getting reports in of them dressed up as school observers, USPS drivers, FedEx drivers,
sounds like them.
Uber and Lyft
Fibbies.
drivers, photos of them.
Yeah, they're fibbies. They show up and they lie as they slide up like slithering lizards. They're called fibbies and drunks where I come from. They're fibbies and drunks. This is the shit that they do. They're incompetent. There is no intelligence in the intelligence apparatus. There is none. I've never believed that, not since I was a child. I've known the CIA all of my life. They're a bunch of fucking morons. They're so dumb, and trust me, they don't have any intelligence. I don't trust them to do anything.
Potentially.
And they wire up their fucking pigs to try to act like the CIA and the FBI down at the blue line, down at the grunt level on the streets where the rank and file are. And they mic up their fucking, well, I guess it's more feds. I guess it's like one step up above that. It's like the feds or whatever. That no, it's higher than rank and file. It's the feds, but I wouldn't say ICE is better than cops necessarily, because the cops constantly kick ICE out of their city. So I don't know. It's like kind of weird. It's like they write up like spies, and they want us to respect them because they try to brainwash us with all these fucking James Bond movies and shit. But you know what spies are actually like? That movie, How I Learned to Stop Worrying or Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Learn to Love the Bomb. That's Stanley Kubrick and stuff. That's what spies are actually like. They cause nuclear wars. They're not fun people. They come slithering up like 6 blocks away from the main force, and they go spying around, and they fucking infiltrate. And remember, these are their fellow Americans that they are spying on as per usual. That's what these pieces of shit do. They don't have any intelligence, so they spy on us rather than our enemies. It's so fucking stupid. Intelligence, that's got to be the worst misnomer of all goddamn time. They don't have any intelligence. They don't spy on anybody who matters. They only spy on us. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, we have a photo of...
We learned about their Operation Ivy Bells fuck-ups with those giant cables in the fucking oceans and shit. And that's all avowed. Yeah, that's full-blown avowed, like the game Avowed or whatever. It's avowed, motherfucker. They admitted it. It's there. It's on the Wikipedia. It's called Operation Ivy Bells. We ran a bunch of crazy cables under the fucking ocean in the fucking 70s or whatever, a long time ago, when we figured out, like, you know, faster than light, you know, cable, optic, you know, communication. So we decided to wire up all the governments to each other so they didn't have to make a phone call in the modern age, which might be too scrabbly to understand what the other country is saying. And when they did this, they inevitably faced the same retardation that the right wing always faces when they try to build a wall or build giant cables under the ocean. Show me a wall or a giant cable under the fucking ocean, and I'll show you a fucking 5-year-old with a shovel or a 5-year-old with a pair of fins who will tap into the cable and rob your information from you, which is exactly what happened. When that happened, it was called Operation Ivy Bells. All the world governments started spying on each other when they found out all the other world governments' fucking nasty secrets on top of, Julian Assange's, or whatever his name, Assange's WikiLeaks. And Edward Snowden. We also had the fucking Operation Ivy Bells, which is the exposure of everything America's ever done through giant cables under all of our computer files, exposed to every single other world government in a giant cable under the ocean. We also have crazy data centers that they hide all over the fucking country and shit like that. We don't know what they're doing with that. They also build FEMA camps and all this other stupid ass shit. I really don't like them. Fuck that. They're not intelligence. Their intelligence is like 5, and they're stuck on, I've got to hurt other fellow Americans, and they don't have any intelligence. The only people that they hurt is their own Nicole, Nicole and Alex Preddy or whatever. That's the people that they actually hurt, is their own fellow Americans. They don't have any intelligence. If they were smart, they'd be out there trying to buy green solutions to America's pollution problems from our fucking allies and shit like this, and using their espionage and spying arts to force governments that might have gains in that we don't have to give up their fucking secrets and shit like that. That would be something that the public would accept. If they came back with a solution to greenhouse gas or something that some country's been hiding because nobody will work with them or whatever because they use spies and shit like that, I'd be like, wow, well, the CIA actually did something good. Or if the CIA stole, say, some plans from a secret rocket that the Russians or the Japanese are building or something like that, or Chinese or whatever, and we use it to go out there to the stars, as opposed to paying Elon Musk $4 billion for the Challenger space flight that constantly crashes or whatever. I would be okay with spies, but they don't do that. They show up to spy on Alex Preddy before they shoot his ass in the face right there in the Twin Cities. They suck dick like the right wing. They don't protect us at all. They're fucking pieces of shit that only hurt their fellow Americans. That's who they are.
Agents dressed as a firefighter leaving the Whipple Federal Building, as well as a number of cases of them dressed.
I've known them long enough. Ever since they've rough rided me, I've known who they are. I know ever since I was 17, motherfucker, I've known who they are. 20 pigs leveling guns in my fucking face when I was fucking 17 and shit. I've known who they are. I've known them all my life. Maybe you've never had 50 pigs aim guns at your fucking head in a high-speed chase in the middle of the night, but I have. And motherfucker, I was not armed. I was high, but I wasn't armed, and I was in possession, but I wasn't armed, and I was young. I was 17. They shouldn't have leveled guns at a kid's head like that. It's fucking crazy. But I mean, they're scared I'm going to shoot them or drive off. I'm sympathetic to them leveling guns in my head, and I told them as I threw my keys out the window, I'm sorry, But it's motherfucker, that was when I was 17, and all I was doing was smoking a cigarette on the back of my car. I left the parking lot peacefully, and they fucking rolled me with a line of pigs out there on the highway about 5 minutes later. And it was fucking crazy. All I was doing was smoking a cigarette on the back of my fucking car, and that was my introduction to the fucking system when I was 17 and shit. And it's been no different like that all the rest of my life until I was 41. No, all of the shit ended when I I entered the mental health facility. I was 38. Yeah, and I'm 40 some odd years old now. I don't want to dox myself, but I'm 40 some odd, right between 40 and 45. I just don't want to really confirm what it is. And it's been about 4 years since the system's been in my life, since 3 years. It's been 3 years. Yes, it's been about 3 years, I think, 2.5 years, something like that. And I can already feel the crazy difference between being a victim of it and not being a victim of it, and how bad being a victim of it actually is. It's really fucking bad for you. So I just refuse to break the law ever again. But I mean, it is the same pigs and the same problems that I faced when I was fucking 19 years old as when I went to the Bellingham No Kings protest twice this year. It was the same pigs, same problems. We didn't have the same riot, thank God, because nobody wants the Battle of Los Angeles. Nobody wants the Battle of Los Angeles Minneapolis and Bellingham either. It's way too cut down of a city for that. It's not ready for, they would have to send National Guard or something. They don't have these, this is a small town. They don't have the Seattle response to something like a crazy riot. They don't have the response to that. So a riot here would be terrible. It's my worst nightmare. And in my experience, when I went to protest at No Kings, at the behest of people like Squid Tips and shit like that, this guy we're watching, I began to understand that most of the people standing with me, they were all older than me, which is crazy. It wasn't the kid. I saw some kids there, and there was a girl who walked up and hit on me even, who was my age. It was crazy, but it was mostly older people who were scared about their pensions and shit. And there was old ladies singing death dirges on Donald Trump's birthday. They chose Donald Trump's birthday for the first No Kings protest. And it was crazy. It was just fucking crazy. And yeah, the same pigs that fucked us and screwed 3,600 or whatever it is, 3,800 fucking victims in 9/11 and shit, killed 3,800 of their own troops and stuff. The same people that false flagged us in 9/11 and fucked us with COVID and fucked us with the bank crisis and fucked us with Vietnam and fucked us with Kosovo and fucked us with Afghanistan and fucked us with COVID. It's the same bullshit from the same Republicrats driving us into the fucking ground all the fucking time. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm done with both parties. I'll never vote for them again. This time around, when my mother asked me to vote Democrat, I'm going to be like, no. I'll vote. My vote will probably go to Jill Stein, as sad as that is. I'll probably go back to voting for the Green Party. But I'm not voting for the Democrat Party, not after they were asleep at the switch. And then they just nolo contendred, which means no contend. They nolo contendred Trump's entire second term. They just didn't fight. They were just let the winds of death blow over. And I'm sorry, but that's not good enough. And they're talking about running Gavin Newsom as opposed to AOC and shit like this. It's going to be another internal battle like they always do between Kerry or Hillary and fucking Bernie or whatever, Kerry and fucking whoever else. It's just insane. They always do internal battles, and that's the loser side of the Democrat Party too. But they're a lot fucking better than the fucking right wing. They're just not going to harm us. They really they're feckless and dumb, and they lose all the time, so they're dangerous. It's like backing somebody in a hockey game who doesn't know how to have a fist fight. You think that they might win, but if they've never had a fist fight before and they're terrified of it and they won't do it, then how good are they going to be at hockey? And that's how I view the Democratic Party in the U.S. And it's not like I don't hate it's not like I don't hate the Republicans worse. I do. I hate the Republicans way worse. But the Democrats are these scary people that suddenly just joined your team or you joined their team, and you're going out on the ice on the hockey rink and you realize that motherfucker has never swung his glove in his entire life, and you're like, oh no, this is the person you want running the country, but they don't know how to do anything. They just sell out to the lobbies. That's all they do. I can't think of anything they do except send us to war, raise the prices, let the landlords win, and lose. They lose all the time. They fucking lose, like Kamala, like Hillary. They fucking lose when it really, really matters. We have ICE because they lost. It's not because, well, yeah, it is because the Republicans are fucking crazy death cult. They want to kill Mexicans or whatever. Or all the fucking, immigrants in this fucking country. But it's but that's the main thing. But also with a little bit of resistance, none of that would have been a reality. And no, we have to watch Nicole and Alex die in the fucking streets of the Twin Cities before we actually even change our minds about it or whatever. It's insane. It's fucking stupid.
And if you are aware,
I haven't done politics in a while. It's been a kind of a crazy month. It's just listening to blow after blow after blow as the fucking Donald Trump fucking administration brings our fucking country to its knees. And I'm just at this point, I have been staying away from politics somewhat. I do Philip DeFranco and stuff, and I scream. I've been trying to kind of stay away from politics and stay exclusive to fucking video games. It's not like I'm apolitical. I'm not. And I'll go to marches and I'll join Squid Tips and I'll fight them in the fucking streets. I'm not scared of them. But I also I don't feel that I need to do that. I have an 80-year-old woman that is completely basically reliant on me with a replaced hip and a replaced arm. And I went to something like 20 protests when I was a kid and shit over like a 5-year period and shit when it was prevalent to do so, when it was like the 9/11 had just happened and, Bush was taking over the world and it was fucking terrible. And I fought then and I stood with them and I did my time back then, and I've been a soldier in the leftist fucking thing for a long fucking time, and I think it's time that I let other people do that, and I prefer to live out my life that I wanted to live, that I started for. Oops, here's a prospect. Prospect could kill me if he comes straight for me. Let's watch what he does. It's a prospect. I have a cargo container full of loot. Let's just loot it out. Take all this or whatever. He's immediately coming to me. I'm going to go home now that he's here because he can easily just scoop my container. There's nothing preventing him from doing so.
Warp drive active.
Also, he has drones and he could have tackle. We don't know. So I'm going to bail, and he can jack the crate if he wants to. There's nothing in there. It's like maybe 1 million or something.
The situation that happened the other day over in Humboldt Avenue.
But also, I left, which is like, am I going to come back and bang you? Because I could come back and bang him. I have a ship here. I don't have to show it either. But it's like, I have a ship here and I could come back and bang him if I wanted to with like something really nasty, with a nice tackle that's fast with 600 DPS. I could smoke that guy if I wanted to, but I don't need to if he leaves me alone.
Docking request accepted.
Leave me the fuck alone. One of the problems with this game is pretty much when they come on belt, there should be this crazy thing where it initiates conversation with you and them. And it's like, these are the people on the, I mean, it does. It's called local, but it should force you essentially to talk in local if you want to remain there. And you should talk to the person, be like, yo, I'm trying to mine here. What's your deal? You coming for me? And they're like, if you don't threaten me, you don't threaten you. The problem is, it's like the communication just is not voluntary. I'd much rather be a ghost and not talk to them than tell them what my intentions are here, because it just gives them far too much information about what it is I'm doing here. Now we go back and see what he's doing, because I'm no longer, like, I have my own ship's value in my hulls, like, as ore. So I had to go dump the ore before I fuck with this guy. But you can see that my attitude's changed. I'm not a victim to these pieces of shit anymore. I go back in again. I'm like, nah, fuck these fucking guys. I never have, never will. I did for a while, really dislike the fucking, like, stream snipe fucking harassment and shit. But even that, I'm, like, fucking done with caring about. I'll go right the fuck back in, right to Rust. I don't care. I'm not scared of them anymore. I don't care. I'll fight them in the real life if I have to. There was this thing that happened when the SWAT happened, and my life was threatened again for like the 3rd time in my fucking life. I was just like, no, this is the last strike. I'm not dealing with people who threaten me anymore. I'm not there's a pioneer. He jumped out. He was nervous about me. I'm nervous about him.
Warp drive
He could be
active.
chasing me. It's Joya Bay Boink. Now he's pushing, but no, he's sitting there. Now I left because I want my cargo container. If he jacked it, we have fighting words, but I don't care about that. He can have 1,000 ore or whatever. He can have, whatever it is, 1 million ISK worth of ore. I don't care about that. It took me 3 minutes to get it. I'm about rules of engagement now. I've noticed like kind of the rules of engagement. See, I still can't hear my own engines, kind of. The rules of engagement. Ooh, there is somebody here. Who the fuck is that? Oh no, what is it? It's a pioneer. Oh, nice. He is here. Did you take my thing? Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I came to the wrong one. I had no intention of scaring you. I'm sorry, buddy.
Warp drive active.
Oops. Also, it's a free look at the other belt. I need to know what they're looking at. The prospect, it has the DPS to kill me. I believe it does have drones, yeah. And he could have a tackle. So I'm not trying to give him free shit, I'm not trying to do that. But I'm also probably jumping in on him right here. Probably jumping in right on top of him. We'll see. See, I'm playing like these shadow games out here. I don't want to play shadow games out here. He did not loot the cargo, which is real good. So we're just going to go right the fuck back out there again. If he didn't loot the cargo, we good. We Gucci. I won't attack anybody here. Won't mess with anyone here. I
Turns
told
out
him, I was like,
broken
I
down
won't
car
mess
in
with
order to
it.
lure people out of their
Won't mess with anyone here. I just told him, you know.
houses and then brought in additional agents.
Already, that's too much information. They're like American. It's late. He's tired. He's American. Maybe he's poor. Maybe he's dumb or whatever. I guess it just gives them too much fucking information just to show them that I speak English even. So that's the, it's just like, you know. But I don't care. I want them to know. I'm not gonna jump them. I'm not the pirate here. It's them. If it's anybody, I won't mess with anyone here. You know what I'm saying? Let them know straight up, I'm not playing games with them. I'm just jumping around trying not to get caught. You know what I'm saying? We all just try and not get caught, you know? But caught up in the fucking system or whatever of idiots fucking chasing you and harassing you and stealing from you. Like the government. Like the government. They're known for that.
An abduction.
At 11 minutes after 1 last Thursday afternoon, a car pulls up in front of Jesus Flores' home in Brooklyn Center. About a minute later, 2 women get out and raise the hood, and shortly after get Jesus to come out to take a look, and all of it was a ruse.
Like they lied to my dad that they needed help with his car. I mean, they figured out that he was a mechanic. You know, my dad's a generous guy. He's willing to help anybody.
Within minutes, you see 3 SUVs pull in and take Jesus into custody.
Oh, that was the lie. They're like, get him to come out. Get him to come out, because they'll fight for their lives if they know. But if they don't know, you ask them if they'll change a tire, and then he comes out and they arrest his ass. This is how the Gestapo did their shit. That's where they're getting their playbook from. Like, straight up. They get that shit from the Gestapo. They are the Gestapo.
This is drawing attention to the need to be able to interact with these people in order to confirm whether or not they are ICE. And the good news is I really don't think you're going to struggle with that. And we'll talk about that later with my Patriot Front interaction. They also seem to be staging more equipment and building out permanent facilities there to
I
run
have 5 mil
a
here and he
longer
didn't touch
operation.
it.
Nice.
Nice.
That is something that people in Minneapolis should be concerned about, but it is also something that all of us should be concerned about, because despite all of the horrific realities of what ICE is doing, all of the detention centers and concentration camps they are building out, the scandals of this administration, they are full speed ahead on this ideological project to destroy these communities. I am seeing reports of thousands of people facing eviction and food insecurity. And this is really a question of where the fuck the government is at in all of this. The local government. They could be raising funds. They could be doing taxes. They could be doing a lot of shit. They could be asking for help from other states, for example, because we might need to start doing like interstate compacts to support each other, given the fact that this administration is ideologically targeting specific communities, blue states and not red states.
So to my fellow white people, if you're one of them who took a deep sigh of relief after Tom Homan and Governor Walz said Operation Metro Surge was over, you guys have some work to do. You really do. Okay, because first of all, politicians, they lie. They always lie. And these Democrats, these Democrats did less than you did to protect your neighbors. They're still doing less than you did to protect your neighbors. Because where's that eviction moratorium? Right.
This is a big lesson. I hope people outside of Minneapolis are learning and seeing is just how much their state and city government is just not meeting the moment at all. The entire strategy seems like strongly worded letters and pounding fists on a fucking table. That's why we need to get far more direct with our city officials as far as what we expect them to do and finding out if they're going to fall the fuck down, just like Minneapolis will. You want to figure that out before they get into your community. That's why I attended a city council meeting, because one of my local community members just made a phone call and said, hey, what are y'all doing about ICE? And they basically said, what the fuck are you talking about? And hung up on her. So I had to show up to be the consequence for their lack of desire to listen to the broader community. And I'm gonna keep making those meetings more and more painful until something is fucking done.
That was everyone that signed up this evening.
Okay, so this is the last call before we close public comment. Did we miss anyone?
I'm AJ Randall. I've been a Shoreline resident for about 10 years. In 2017, a King County detective drew a gun on me. You can just Google motorcycle cop gun and you will find it. It has led me to not trust the police, and I don't think any of our community should trust the police either. So if we're going to protect ourselves, if we're going to protect this community from ICE...
Wow, wait, what?
Anyone.
Those meetings more and more painful until something is fucking done.
That was everyone that signed up this evening.
Okay, so this is the last call before we close public comment. Did we miss anyone?
I'm AJ Randall. I've been a Shoreline resident for about 10 years. In 2017, a King County detective drew a gun on me. You can just Google motorcycle cop gun and you will find it. It has led me to not trust the police, and I don't think any of our community should trust the police either. So if we're going to protect ourselves, if we're going to protect this community from ICE, we need to be very direct about what we expect from law enforcement. We need them to be helping us at a minimum know what is going on in this community. Who is getting taken? What are their names? I pay taxes here. I expect customer service from my civil servants. As everyone else here, I think, communicated, this is an unprecedented moment. I'm not afraid. I'm angry. I'm incredibly angry to hear people that have been impacted, to have your neighbors taken from you. That is horrific. I personally ride Aurora constantly looking for these people because there is no other solution. Nobody is doing anything else, and for some reason, it feels like people are asleep at the wheel. This was very much predictable. Very predictable if you're paying attention. Being connected to the trans community means that I do not have the luxury of not understanding what is happening here. I've known it and seen it from the moment Trump walked back in the door and he started attacking trans people, the people in my community, my partner, my best friends. So I ask you to take this incredibly seriously and understand this is not going away. They're not going to be done, and these proposals that we're offering are extremely milquetoast. So this is really a starting point for us to begin protecting our community. And I hope that you're committed to protecting it as much as I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
So that's the doom and gloom. But the positive is that the Trump administration and MAGA in general have taken a massive fucking L right here. This is the equivalent to a full backpedal. And what is important to understand is that they didn't fucking lose to hardened Antifa super soldiers. They lost to normal, everyday people. This is the reality we should have all learned from the Afghanistan war. The US military, its training, its tactics, the people are totally incapable and unprepared of defeating a guerrilla-style warfare. These people didn't even really pick up guns, and they were able to defeat the most armed, the most well-funded, the most theoretically they could be well-trained. They're obviously not, though, because these are trash people who are only interested in doing a racist mission. And that's not how you're going to get the best people, because fascism doesn't create smart, intelligent people, as we're going to talk about. Trump and this regime's power is just totally cratering, and we are seeing the power of decentralized, autonomous organizing. Organizing not done by a trained vanguard, but just by normal people.
I'm blocking every opponent. I block every opponent that ganks me when I don't have guns equipped, because I don't ever want to speak to those worthless pieces of cock-sucking, bully-ass, cock-sucking, fucking stupid piece of shit fucking loser bullies, you know? Scummy, honorless, piece of shit loser bullies. All right, now to go back out there. I lose all of, what, 5 minutes or something? I really don't care. I lost $1 million. I'm going to cry. Oh, no. With my $5 billion, I don't know what I'm going to do with my about that $1 million. How am I going to afford that, guys?
Capitalist society had built up skills and give a shit about each other and want to do the work, who are willing to put themselves at risk. And I am seeing that, too, in my local rapid response. We have gone from people who are scared and afraid to actually planning out really effective mutual aid items and how we're going to take the next steps towards protecting our communities, doing rapid response, keeping people housed and fed. No thanks to our city government. This is what I would really be afraid of in this MAGA category, and it's why these shitheads are showing up to things like school walkouts, because they are so angry and afraid that they're fucking losing the entire culture war, and that at the end of all of this, there's going to be consequences. The fact that normal people got together and organized to defeat this hyper-violent secret police from the Trump regime should be terrifying to any... The fact that normal police from the Trump regime should be terrifying to any MAGA or fascist, and it should really cause them to step
I still
back
made so
and reflect.
much more money that I've lost today. I made like, I don't know, 30, 40 million or something. And it's like, I don't care about that 1 mil venture. I could have cussed him out. I just blocked him. No, I'm going to block him. That'll teach him. Fuck him. Never speak to me or talk to me again. That's the only thing I can do to these worthless ass piece of shit cocksucker, honorless scum bullies that shoot people who don't even have guns equipped. They're fucking so dumb. Should bring a Tristan out there and fucking hunt that guy. Fuck that fucking guy. Okay, let's go back out there again. I should cloak up in a cat navy. I should cloak up in a cat navy at that belt, and then wait for him to show up and uncloak and tackle him. But no, I'm not that much of a loser. I don't want to start shit with this idiot. That's fine. There's an Imperial Navy close to me. It seems kind of weird. Is he jumping to me? Well, anyways.
And realize that they are missing something. They don't understand. They have been confused. And every day, some people do. Some people are leaving that regime. That's why the support is tanking. But some people are doubling down.
Make America great! No fear, no!
Shall we feed my cat? I think we shall. But first, oh, there's Skull Marito. Suck my dick, you idiot. Watch me show him. Watch me jump him.
Warp drive active.
Fucking idiot. He can't carry that loot. I know he can't. He can't carry that loot. I can just go get it. Watch. That's another thing. Like, honestly, I'm going to recover more than I lost. Watch. I found a way to really make a lot of money in EVE without ever really losing. And I'm going to use it. This is what they want me to do, and I'm going to. Yep. So I can't remember. He's in the Reykjavik. No, wait. Nope. Jump. Can't do that while docking. Anyways, go out there. Why am I being harassed at 1 in the morning, stupid idiot? Fucking jackass. Okay, so I don't know. Was it this one? I can't remember which one he's in. There's another guy. He's just mining. It might be that guy. I don't know. I don't know these people. They're like shark submarines. I really don't know anything about them, and I don't care. I just don't want them to take advantage of me before I make more money than I lose. Is that too much to ask? I'm the weakest ship in the game, so you'll leave me alone. And they still constantly bully you because the community is fucking worthless. They're a bunch of piece of shit bullies who shoot people with that don't have guns equipped, and it's fucking stupid. I really don't like them. That's how Rust is too. I really don't like them either. Did you pop my crate, you fucking asshole? He popped my crate. No, I guess the prospect probably stole it. Yeah, the prospect stole like 5 mil. Oh well, 5 mil. I'm gonna go back and fucking get more. Yeah, I'm gonna go out there to the fucking to last night or whatever and just get more. There's nothing on D-scan. This guy didn't come back, so fine. Grats on the fucking the haul. These pieces of shit, they'd rather kill people and hurt the game. People that don't have guns equipped and stuff. Than, like, have the game thrive and let it grow to 100,000 people. They just won't do that. They'll block out the sunlight. They'll block out the sunlight with their piece of shit, cold, dead bully hearts. And I can't stand it. It's one of the reasons why I don't, like, main any particular game like Rust or Mortal. And I just sit there and farm. Is because the people that actually play the game are not worth playing with. In my opinion. Tay was cool. Patrick was cool. Luke Goblin was cool. You know, the rest of those people, I don't think were that cool. Almost like all the rest of the people that I met. I met so many. Oh, Boomkin was really cool. Like, genuinely cool. Oops, what's this now? What? Oh, you're back again with this thing. Go. Rats. I hadn't even mind. Nice. I'm just gonna leave this one or whatever. Eject or whatever. Fucking, you can have it, jackass. That's some 3 mil, jackass. Suck my dick. Oh, that jackass is just sitting there, so whatever. Whatever, I'll just come back out in 15 minutes or whatever when this jackass like fucking goes on about his loser ass day. I picked up a bully, it seems. I could just leave the quadrant, I suppose. There's nothing really stopping me from doing that. I'll jump to a safe and just pop out. I can. And just go to... I think I'll try Faction Warfare. It's kind of late in the day. It might be... Or sorry, not Faction Warfare. I will go Mine Ice. Whatever. Alright. We can't let this guy kill me, so we're going to spend another few seconds jumping to a safe spot.
Warp drive active.
I wish there was an instant abort option, but I don't think... Yeah, like they should, when could we get like a choice between 10? No, I think they want like that long wait, that 2-minute wait, so you can't cheat. Kind of like a bag spawn timer. Yeah, it kind of is a bag spawn timer in a lot of ways. You could pop systems so quickly that way. If you could just detonate in 10 seconds. Alright, so here we go. Self-destruct. We caught a shithead in Poshvon. Big surprise. I didn't catch one the last 2 days. So, you know, and I made like, I don't know, 80 million or something between the 2 days. And another 30 today or something. I'm like up to 100 million. I've lost like one venture and one pioneer in the last, you know, I don't know, 3 days or something. So I'm up out there. It's the loot's there. You know, it's waiting. So, seems good. I caught a shithead in shithead land, so I'm just going to go to some other place where other shitheads live. And fuck this worthless-ass piece of shit cocksucker bully community and their honorless, scummy approach to life. They can suck a dick and I'll talk live about how bad they are. This was in Blaine? This was in Blaine? No way. This one was in Blame.
Some of these really unhinged provocateurs now are going to these student walkouts and they are harassing kids or even physically attacking kids. Grown men attacking children. Students, schools, and teachers need to be on guard in the future here because that seems to be where their focus is now, and it may be in the future because, again, they cannot fucking stand the fact that other people learn shit that demonstrates that they're fucking wrong. I haven't had breakfast yet. I think I'm gonna eat something.
Stupid bully, cocksucker, piece of shit, assholes.
All right, so the first thing I want to do is just kind of
totally
flesh out
honest,
the
totally scummy. Totally honorless, totally scummy, just like scumming up the fucking game and ensuring that the pop stays at 30K for 25 years. Fucking stupid piece of shit.
Of fascism, what it looks like, what it feels like, and kind of the cycle.
I've got so many more kills than that guy, and I've got them so much more honorably than him. So, and in this game too, and in this game, I definitely have. I've got definitely way more war target kills, like against like war decked corpse and shit, than that fucking worthless loser that just slimed up next to me or whatever. And I'm just gonna ride on that. I know that's the case. I know it's true. He doesn't have the illustrious corp history that I do. So I'm just gonna be like, move on. Let's feed the kitty. You wanna eat, kitty? Let's feed this kitty. Yeah, it's feed time. You want dinner? This cat dinner. Recycling bin. Let's use that one for a time. Excuse me, kitty. Excuse me, kitty. I'm trying to get through. Recycling bin. I left it up there. That's okay. We have two. So. Yeah, I'm sorry, kitty. I didn't mean to make you wait. You ready? Okay, here you go. It's dinner time. Thank you. You're a good kitty. This is the payment. You get paid in food. That's a good kitty. Okay, sorry about that sound. I didn't realize it was happening. Here we go, I'm gonna fix it. I'm sorry about that. There we go. Fucking just log me. Don't ask again. There we go. I believe I've had what I've had every night. Hummus and a tortilla. So this week I go back out. It's getting warmer now. up on this first, and then we'll move to the cream cheese. I should have bought more pepperoni in this. Oh well. Let's use that. Oops. Take you to here. Smear across. All the way across. Nice hummus rich pepperoni sandwich. Sabra pepperoni sandwich. It'll be amazing. Hummus and pepperoni sandwich. And then we'll have dessert. Yoinks.
Connecting.
Maybe I was stingy. It's getting late. I will boost in the morning, get high on a Master at Arms, and then I will fly out probably to Faction Warfare tomorrow. I'm just, I had a productive day. I made like, I don't know, 30 million today or something like that. After the losses, maybe more, 50. I don't really know. Good day in my book. Yotes logging party, but I can only stay for like 2 hours. You can't dual box this game, but you can have 2 accounts, which is cool.